everybody, and welcome to day number 2 of Battlegrounds Lobby Legends Summer Championship. My name is TJ, and once again, I'm joined by Slissa.
No, I'm Raven.
Slissa,
never mind.
I
was Raven for a moment in time, and I got really excited. I'll give you some British banter.
You sure?
Yeah.
Sure you want to be Raven even for a moment
in
time?
I'll be Slissa. It's fine. I was hoping just to get out of this rap battle. Go on. I digress. Get back to casting, sorry.
Don't worry, we'll get there later. But I'm excited for day 2 here, the final day of competition. We saw some very cool action yesterday. A lot of different play styles, a lot of different meeting types in the top. How you feeling going into today to watch this final lobby?
I'm so excited to watch these players compete. We saw a high-level gameplay yesterday, just everyone pulling out all the stops, very intricate gameplay. A lot of people going towards the right directions. Let's check out some highlights to see how they played yesterday.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes in Lobby Legends, we end up seeing sort of, the same end game boards all the time. Whether that be because some mini types are stronger than others, or because we just kind of get unlucky in that sense and, we don't see a very high variation of mini types in the actual games. But yesterday, we got to see a wide variety of things, a wide variety of builds winning these games.
Even things like Naga won a round, so that was great to see. Kind of such a bad minion type doing well in a tournament. And here were the standings yesterday from Lobby A.
Yeah, we Max, I think, obviously at first place in that group, but definitely impressed me. I mean, if you just look at the average placement across those 3 lobbies that were played in that group, that's incredibly impressive with this sort of stacked of a field. And Max will be seeing him play today as well in that top 8. Curious if he can continue the success that he had in those lobbies yesterday.
Yep, and then next up we have Group B. As you can see, Yanase, Jeef, Lee, and Seville have moved on to today. Seville barely beating out Shirusa with a tied score, but tiebreakers went out to Seville. So that was a really tight group right here.
It really was, and Jeef, we actually had a chance to interview Jeef at the end of day 1 yesterday, and he said his goal was literally just to make it to the final day. He said he was really nervous going into the competition yesterday, the first Lobby Legends that qualified for, despite his success throughout the game's history, and barely squeaked in with a win. You saw a little bit in the highlights with a win in that very last lobby. So really excited for Jeef, and hope that today, with a more sort of relaxed atmosphere, saying that he's already accomplished his goal, we're going to get to see Jeef unleashed throughout the day today.
I don't know how relaxed he'll actually be once today starts up, because it's still competition, and you can see all the fighters here. A very competitive grouping. We've seen quite a few of these as return competitors in Lobby Legends. So, I know I want Jeef to be calm, cool, and collected, but I also hope that competitive spirit comes out, and he's a bit nervous.
Yeah, it's one thing to say, oh yeah, this was my goal, so I'm not going to be nervous. It's another thing to actually show up and not be nervous. But one of the cool things about today, and I think we mentioned it at the end of yesterday, is that we actually have 3 previous Lobby Legends champions in our final group of players today, with Max, Waterloo, and Yanase all having won a Lobby Legends previously. So we have an opportunity for a player to get their second win under their belt, which I think is a pretty big deal when you look at how competitive, even just the ladder is for Battlegrounds to qualify to these events. But secondly, how competitive it is once you actually get here.
Yeah, I know tons of pros who are just grinding the ladder and saying how hard it is to be consistent and consistently invited to these Lobby Legends. But then we're seeing these players who are consistent within the tournament. So you just know that they are the top of their class.
Yeah, and I'm trying, but I'm terrible at looking at these small things. How many Lobby Legends the top 8 have actually qualified to? It's well over, it's like 15 combined lobby legends. So each player has competed in like an average of 2. So that just goes to show like how often these players are continuing to qualify for these events. That's always cool to see when you have a game like this where you see consistency at the top, because people always throw around, oh, Battlegrounds, it's all RNG, blah, blah, blah. So the argument for competitive Hearthstone since the beginning.
Right.
It's just really cool to see that you can continuously see the same players rise to the top. Makes me happy. Gives me that warm, fuzzy feeling inside. Justifies
so proud
my
of them.
existence as a Hearthstone caster. I'm tearing up.
All right, so for today, we do have a check format, a little bit different from yesterday. Yesterday was all about points and placement. You just needed to be in the top 4. But today, it's all about 2 things. Number 1, you got to get to 20 points. Once you get to 20 points, you have put the lobby in check. But in order to win, you need a checkmate. So once you've gotten to 20 points, then you need to get a first place, and then you will win the whole competition.
Yeah, minimum 4, because you have to have, with that points placement, you have to have at least 3 to get to the 20 points. And then if you win the next one, it's 4. Maximum of 14!
Woo! 14
which is nearly
games.
Impossible. Yeah. If we got that, I would be honestly scared, because it's such like a statistical anomaly. Even getting past 10. Really, really ridiculous. But I'm hoping for at least 6 today. At least that'll get us our puzzle box prediction, as we'll see a little bit later. But here's the prize pool just for making it at this point into the top 8. Every player that's here has earned at least $2,000. But of course, everybody must have their eyes on the grand prize of $10,000 for winning Lobby Legends.
Oh yes, that's some big money right there.
Yeah, and it actually drops quite a bit going to second, so there is a huge incentive. It's $2,500 just from second to first, so huge incentive to play risky and go for the big wins when you get to that point of the competition where the lobby starts to be in check. But enough of the organizational side of things, Lisa. It's time to talk about one thing specifically that happened yesterday. And for those who didn't tune in, at the beginning of the day yesterday, Silsa and I made a little bit of a wager with the Tavern Buddy extension. That wager was whoever had the lowest amount of points between the two of us, had to morph into Octasari the Rap God and create a rap song using 3 Hearthstone puns. I'm sure you were hard at work.
I vaguely remember this, but yes. Oh, no.
You vaguely remember.
I vaguely remember that I have to rap today.
Okay. Well, in order to maybe jog your memory a little bit, I have brought receipts, and I have a little recap of yesterday, of at the end of the day when we sort of revealed the points for the Tavern Buddy. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. I'm not nervous because I'm very confident you squeaked it out. Well, let's see. Who won the Tavern Buddy today? I can't even look.
No!
No! Yo!
Oh, it's so bad.
Yes! Let me message Sal on Discord and tell him that he doesn't have to write my rap.
Tomorrow is going to be some highly competitive gameplay and highly cringy rapping. The ultimate cringe will be here. If you want to miss that part, you totally can. I understand.
Well. It is nearly time to pay up. So I'm going to be completely honest with you. I went into yesterday. Production team came to us with the potential wager like 2 days before the broadcast, and I was like, I'm going to take this because I'm pretty confident that I'm going to lose. And I've made a fool of myself so many times on Hearthstone broadcasts in the past. I was like, I'm ready to do a rap. I was pleasantly surprised when I ended up being coming out on top of those points.
You should be surprised. Yeah. That's all I'm going to say.
And today there's a little bit less pressure on me because as far as I know, there's no wager for today's Tavern Buddy. So I was a little loosey-goosey with my predictions. But I also believe that in order to give you a little bit of motivation for your performance today, the production team has created, let's say, an image that they'd like to show off to you. And this will suffice as your morph into Octosari, the rap god. Slissa, the rap god. Frenzy, perform a battle rap to damage the entire board. If it fails to rhyme, this card takes double damage.
Oh no, if it fails to rhyme. Okay, I got this.
Does your rap rhyme?
Yes. I mastered that. And I believe I mastered having three Hearthstone references. Or more. I don't know if it said or more. Again, I'm bad at reading stuff like that. But it might have said puns. Okay, but let's just say it said references.
Okay.
And I definitely did more than 3 references. If you think you can count how many Hearthstone references I did, you let me know, because it's definitely more than 3, and it might be hard to count.
Okay, well, I'm actually really excited for this just because I think that your outfit, your little getup right there, would be perfect for the cover of a rap album.
Listen, I'm a happy cow. I'm ready to do this.
Well, this could be the beginning of great things. If you perform well, I think you're ready. Without further ado, Slissa, I think it's time to pay up. So if you're ready to go, you know what? Take it away.
All right, guys. Let's do this. Alter ego, evil twin. I'm not gonna lie, I let TG win, cause under this ghastly mask is a rap lover, ready for the task with divine armor. There's ethereal evidence on my Twitch stream. I rap all the time, I even sing. Yeah, music is my hidden treasure vault, my smoking gun. It's not TJ's fault that he actually think he won, but I might have bribed the show, I might have cooked the books. The devil's in the details. Did you even look at the end of the day scores? A map of the unknown. My tiny henchman had to throw you a bone. Couldn't catch him red-handed, couldn't see it coming. Another hidden body, now I owe them some money. You think I've stolen gold? No, I stole the show. I'm a content creator, you're just a caster, bro. So sit back, snicker, snack while I make your mind blow. Just like your MMR, your lousy ELO. Now that's some volatile venom, a real ritual dagger. But nah, I'm actually joking now, here comes some flatter. Casting with you has been a true pleasure. You're a scepter of guidance, way beyond measure. We've made friends along the way on this call, and you, TJ, are a wondrous wisdom ball.
Honestly, that was, no shade for my expectations, but way better than I expected.
I hope it was okay.
It was good. And
I went down a rabbit hole. I went down a rabbit hole last night of quests, and I got this. So
that was very, very good. I am impressed. And I honestly expected you to just end after the shade part, so warms my heart. They threw some nice words at the end there.
Didn't
and gave a reference to
you. I was in an angry mood.
to be fair though, I agreed with everything you said. So I will consider your debt paid in full plus some. That was absolutely fantastic. And it actually motivated. Now I want to write a rap. Now I'm sad.
You have one night to do it.
I didn't lose.
I think if you give yourself only one day, like 2 hours, and you have 2 hours to do something, you jam it out, right?
Yeah.
If you give yourself a week, it's never gonna happen.
Just have to get it all done one day. But again, fantastic. I'm going to give a round of applause. Hopefully, the chat is going to give you a round of applause too.
A round
I'm
of
sure
cringe. Copium and cringe. Thank you. Thank you.
I look forward to seeing these clips on Twitter later. That's it's going to be my favorite part. But Slissa, enough fooling around, okay? We got some battlegrounds to cast today, so let's get back down to business.
Okay, sure.
And move on to what we have to talk about for the day's show. What's funny is that we're coming immediately out of this wager that we made about the Tavern Buddy, and we're going straight back in to the Tavern Buddy. So for those of you who don't know, the Tavern Buddy extension is an extension we have on Twitch. If you're watching on a computer, you can click and you can make predictions for the day with the puzzle box with fantasy team, and then throughout the games you can make your bandwagon picks and your Barolf's Blessing picks and earn points and watch your name shoot up the leaderboard. Today, here are the puzzle box questions. Will a player win with Cooked Book? Will a player win with Kidnap Sack? Will at least 4 different players win a game? Will a player win with 38 plus health? Will a game go longer than 18 turns? And will we play more than 6 games today? I was feeling positive today, Slissa. It doesn't look like that was the same feeling.
I was feeling, I guess, a bit on the negative side. I didn't realize how negative I was being until I saw this graphic, and I was like, oh. I was so positive with the puzzle box yesterday, and I guess after losing, I went straight negative.
Yeah. Well, you did say that, yes, to at least 4 different players win a game. So you're at least hopeful that we're going to have a wide variety of players win the game, which means hopefully more games today with the check format if different players are winning. So I'm really confident. I think we're going to have a lot of games, which means that I think we have more chances for players to win with or to complete all these puzzle box questions. So I went yes straight across the board. I put a lot of thought into it, I promise.
I did too. Yes, I read them many times. But yeah, so today's competition, we got quests back in the game, which has changed up how Lobby Legends is played. Because it used to be about, okay, what hero am I picking? And now hero selection has a lot to do with the way the quests will turn out. Because if you pick a hero with more armor, your quests are going to be easier to complete, but your hero is not going to be as good. So we are seeing a lot of the players kind of weighing the pros and cons of that recently.
Yeah, and I feel like even though quests have been out for a little bit now, players are still learning sort of what's ideal in terms of, do I pick, like you mentioned, higher armor hero, easier to complete quests, focus more on quests, or do I focus more on heroes? And I think players yesterday tended to focus more on quests.
Yeah,
we
saw some of those, like the guy who was playing for just to completely get into top 4. He didn't have to get that many points, so he just played a really easy, low-level quest, tempo-oriented quest, just to kind of guarantee top 6, like stuff like that. We saw a bit of that yesterday. Aiming for the tempo stuff when they didn't need that many points. They're having to go with a crazy quest when they needed to cement the top 4, where we saw Jeef go with Yogg. So that was fun.
Yeah, it was, and it adds. We get to see heroes that we don't see as much. Like if you look at the when there were no quests, you saw a lot of, like, every time there was like a tier 1 hero, it was picked like instantaneously. Now we saw like full lobbies yesterday where it was like 15 plus armor heroes across the board, which is kind of unheard of, but it's just how players are moving towards the meta. The quests are powerful enough to justify trying to get easier to complete ones in order to try and get those online faster and transition into scaling faster. So today is a little bit different because yesterday players were just playing to make it into the top 4 to make it to day 2, where today they're going to have to play to win at some point. You put the lobby in check, you have to play for the first. It doesn't matter if you get first or 8th, or it doesn't matter if you get 2nd or 8th. If you don't get first, you're not getting that title. So excited to see how that shakes up today. But next on the docket is our fantasy picks. I mentioned the Tavern Buddy extension. Right now, everybody that's watching can make their fantasy picks as well. You pick 3 players, and the better they do throughout the games today, the more points you can earn in the Tavern Buddy. My fantasy team, Yanase, who did well yesterday, was on my fantasy picks, so picked him again. Tomb as well, a lot of faith in Tomb. He's been killing it in Lobby Legends recently. And Citro was a player that I didn't really know much about, but actually impressed me. We got to watch him quite a bit yesterday. I thought he was making smart choices, so I went with him as my third pick.
Nice, I like that. Yeah, I went with Lee and Jeef again, just because, maybe a little bit biased towards them, and but also I went with Max 7 because I've seen him play in Lobby Legends previously. I watched him yesterday. He's so consistent. He's such a top level player that I have high hopes in Max.
Yeah, Max was going to be one of my picks to start things off, just because of how well the highest point earner across the day yesterday over the two groups. But I was like, you know what? Because of that, a lot of people are going to pick Max.
Oh.
Yeah, it's low-hanging fruit. And I want to climb that tree and get the juicier, more ripe fruit at the very top.
A real
people
gamer.
Don't know about.
Real
That's right.
odds gamer over here.
Yeah, it's my inclination to be a contrarian in fantasy picks. We'll see. I think that every player is worthy of a fantasy team pick today. They all obviously showed that they can play Battlegrounds well because they made it into this tournament and they made it into the top 8. So it's just about who you think is going to perform on the day. But it is time, Slissa. Game number 1
There's my boy
of the
Max.
final day.
There he is with some Brucon, N'Zoth, Krag, Arana. We have Demons, Mechs, Murlocs, Pirates, Undead. So let's point out there that Undead is a token minion style. So are Mechs, a little bit of Demons, but there's no Quillbore, which we know is really popular right now. There's money within Pirates. And then those pesky Murlocs are back. So this is a very interesting lobby of options. No Beasts to use Rylak with Demons. Another thing that you could point out there.
Yeah, we do have Undead. We saw Undead do quite well against like the Scam Murloc boards yesterday. Sort of that rock, paper, scissors going on. So curious to see with these minion types how things are going to play out. We're taking a look at Tomb now, who did pick the Panda. And starting off, no real hero powers on this turn.
Not really.
To be able to utilize with the Panda.
Over here, Waterloo on Syndragosa. Syndragosa offers a lot of early game tempo. When you freeze the board, the minions are going to scale in the shop, so he's going to scale a minion that eats the shop and a Divine Shield minion. That's pretty good. He'll probably tank 2 turns worth of damage, but it's going to be nice in the long run. And starts off with quite a lot of armor, the most in the lobby of 18. We see 4 players with 15 or more armor. So those top 4 players up there, Yansei, Lee, Max, and Waterloo, aiming to get some easy quests done. Now, Cariel's interesting because she could do a different leveling curve. You can do more of a Rafam style leveling curve if you'd like. And her hero power just changed that instead of just buffing a certain amount of minions, every turn you level, you have to pick, do I want to buff more on attack, more on health, or more minions? So she's become quite interesting and more of a high level hero pick option with a bit more of a skill cap.
Yeah, it's no longer a set it and forget it kind of hero power.
Yeah, I used to compare her to what's his name, Tyrion. Everyone's like, when's Tyrion coming back? I want to see Tyrion. And Tyrion would suck right now. He'd be awful. But Cariel's pretty similar to what he did, but she does more. She's better.
Yeah, better and still high armor.
Yeah.
Or relatively. So, not too shabby. We also see Citro on the Murloc Homes. Murloc Homes did not perform well yesterday. I think we saw it picked 2 or 3 times, and it went out in like bottom 2 each time that we saw it picked. It feels like Murloc Homes is kind of in that weird spot where relatively low armor total, and even if you're guessing your hero power correctly each turn, which these players are very likely to do, it didn't feel like it was gaining the players enough to make up for the fact that you have harder to complete quests and lower armor
I really
to
like
start the
that
game.
freeze that he did right there. He froze all the money in the shop, by the way. He could buy both the Murloc and the pirate and sell them and level to 3, and he could do all this stuff, and he was freezing it in like because his quest is coming up next turn and he's curious as to what it will be. You can also see Lee holding here. Lee's holding because he knows he's going to lose to Cariel. Cariel's been buffing. There's no way of beating her. So he's held on his minions, just saying, you know what? I know I'm always going to lose here. I have to tank the damage, so might as well hold this Harvest Golem in case my quest says play a mech. So I really like that hold from Lee. If you think you can compete, if you think you can tie, that's when you might consider playing the card. But in this situation here, there's just no reason. You just gotta kind of sit back and wait to see what the quest says. And there is a quest in the middle, Unlikely Duo. Play 4 mechs or 4 pirates. And every time he does that, he gets to discover a card. So is he gonna pick it? Or is he gonna go with Icicle, which is really good in the mech lobby?
Yeah, that's tough. Because another hidden body can be good in certain instances, as like, you know, for theoretically with pirates, but it also has a pretty lengthy animation. It used to be the bane of existence for like APM pirates players if you took another hidden body and then like ended up being in a game where your direction was was pirates because you had to wait that full like 4 seconds.
They have slightly fixed the time on that animation, and it is something to consider. He is playing on his server. So, like, when I used to play on the Chinese server, I would never go pirates. I had to avoid them actively because it was just impossible. So, he is playing on his own. I actually missed what he picked, of course.
Yeah. Well, I was putting in my bandwagon.
Okay.
So this is a reminder to you and to everyone out there to put in your bandwagon picks before turn 4 ends. You have 12 seconds.
So he took the 6 refreshes for
was it Icicle?
Icicle, yeah. And Icicle is really good.
Yeah.
You're doing great out there.
I picked a player for my bandwagon we haven't even seen yet, so it's a risky pick, but I panicked and was running out of time because it was already turn 4, and you got to put your bandwagon in before turn 4, so we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, let's see how it plays out. I ended up going with Waterloo, who's on the Syndragosa, just because I saw him at the top, and I'm like, let's just go with who's at the top now.
safe bet.
Panic. We see Seville here with a triple in the shop.
Oh. And, well, obviously there's a pair there because Seville's unbarded, but there's always going to be a pair. And going for a 4 here. Ooh, the Nest Matron is, I think, one of the best 4s early on in the game because you have more opportunities to milk and start either leveling more quickly or playing for more tempo. Did you see Seville's quest? What it was?
I did not. I'm looking to get that information for the audience now. But hopefully he scrolls over it.
Because did pick the Battlemaster, which out of those options, I'd be inclined not to pick. Well, I guess with all these this hand buffs, the Battlemaster is just the strongest individual minion out of those 3, and doesn't really have any tokens right now to really make a lot of use of the Nest Matron. And it doesn't really give you so much direction, whereas Battlemaster, even if you pick it early, you can scale it later on with like a Rylac. So I guess that makes sense, but could also be something for the quest too. Oh wow, okay. Looks like Citro on the Murloc Homes has already completed the quest. It is Red Hand, so that's a pretty good like tempo option, especially when it's completed early, because you can get a lot of stats quite quickly with that quest.
Yep.
Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure.
All right, so Citro looking to see Neutron get the coin.
Sevil's quest was Sinful Medallion with Find the Murder Weapon, which is the increased stats, I believe, for the requirement. But not sure the exact number on the increased stats. So. Yep, looks like Citro going to hold on to the Deflectobot here to try and get that buff. Already looking pretty strong. Red Hand already has like a lot of synergy with mechs because there's a lot of hand buffs from the get-go. So you can kind of double up with stats there. Also, you can work with Magnetic to try and focus, buff up a Magnetic minion with your Red Hand and place it onto a unit that you want to keep around so you don't have to cycle through.
Yeah.
So not looking too shabby.
Curious to see what other people are doing. Yeah, he's got a freeze for the module, it looks like. Maybe it's just like a little safe freeze.
Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you.
We also have an Anima Bribe quest in this lobby with Jeef. It looks like Jeef was able to get a hold of Anima Bribe. So that's always a fun quest, and not one that's offered much because of the weight to the new quests. But I think that's one of like the higher skill expression quests that you can focus on with Anima Bribe. So I'd be curious to see how Jeef manages to go about things, because Jeef is actually in a pretty good spot. Ended up going with the pretty slow leveling curve. Picked like the early game scaling units with the Noyatron and the Micro Mummies, and has been pressing the hero power quite a bit.
Yep. Now he sees 2 demons in the shop. Quite a separate direction. Jeef's quest is, Anima Bribe, which you talked about. So the more stats you can get on the minions you have, then the more you can scale the minions in the shop when you're buying and selling, that like little Daryl-esque move. Old school Daryl, where you buy and sell. But yeah, these demons really add on to his Anima Bribe, so very good pickups for him. He just needs to get his quest online.
Yeah, it's the add 10 cards, so still needs 5 cards for the Anima Bribe, but that's not too difficult.
No, he just needs to buy. And like, honestly, you might as well just buy whatever, because if you can buy 5 things next turn and just start selling everything onto something, because you get it online, you get all the stats instantly. So hopefully he has a couple tokens next turn, and he could really just start scaling incredibly fast. Over here, Waterloo has Tiny Henchmen, so that's going to be scaling 3/3 stats. Some of his units that are tier 3 are lower, so it looks like it's going to scale his 3 taunts, the 2 demons and his Annoyo. So yeah, he's just leaning into this taunt build with that. We see on the other side of the board he has similar taunts.
Yeah, except it's Red Hand, which
instant stats in 12/12, right? I think it's 12/12.
It's 12 plus 12 plus 12, yeah. We'll see if the Tiny Henchman plus Champion of Yasharaj can keep up with Red Hand. Doesn't feel like it, as loses this.
Hey, he needs to, because he is my selection for the bandwagon.
Yeah, maybe a Walking Fort and a Drakarian Chanter and Waterloo will be okay.
Lee over here has been doing the Icicle, and you can see he has some... he doesn't have a ton of tokens on the board to start scaling, but he has them in hand. And he's hit that scary 15 damage zone. Same as our Varden player. So, looks like he needs to start getting minions out that have the scale. And I think most of the minions in his hand are scaled. He could consider buying the Cleave Pirate. And he does consider it.
Yep. I think Lee needs either some power or some solid direction here, because right now it's just a hodgepodge of different minions with some random buffed minions in hand. Not sure how long he's had the 2 Scourfins on board, but something, an Oiltron at the very least was quite big. Not only buffed from the Icicle, but I think it buffed from one of these Scourfins. Yeah, 26-12. Pretty good. It's a lot of immediate power right now.
It is. Yeah, and he needs to get that down. He can't take any more big hits because it could just kill him.
Yep.
I wonder if he's considering holding these Scourfins a bit longer. They are very powerful. It's crazy to think that they used to be, what, 6'4" in size? They used to be much bigger. And considering how powerful they are, they didn't need to be that strong.
Yeah, I think they're good where they are right now. I think it's still played enough. Still good in their own right.
Yep. Facing off first Yanase on Vol'jin, who already has a bit of skill going on his Cleave Pirate. He is playing another hidden body. It looks like every time one of his minions dies, he gets to or 14 minions dies, he gets to discover. So
yeah, which I guess there's mechs. It's not like the most token heavy lobby, but because there's mechs, there's a good chance for it. So he's gonna get a lot of times basically discover a turn with how many people are playing mechs currently.
yeah, and another big hit for Lee, putting him at 6 health. Over here with Jeef, he has tripled. He has Anima Bribe about to be online with this triple. We don't get to see what the triple is. That accidentally happens sometimes. But we can tell he's really considering his options. You know, if I was Jeef, what would I want? You could go for the demon, the 5-drop demon that can eat the shop, because when you're selling Anima Bribe stuff, it could land on something you end up consuming. Not sure, but over here on Panda, we have Tomb, who has discovered a buddy from probably the ECC Hero Power, and has a brand, lots of stuff going with the Witch Ring Metron. I like the Magma Lock there, but End of Turn effect works really well with his current hero power, or his current quest, which is the Shard, where all his non-taunted minions will scale based on how many taunted minions he has. And he has a lot of taunted minions at this point. Over here, Jeef has tripled. Oh, he tripled into a 6. I thought he was on 4 for some reason. But he tripled in 6, got Lady Death Whisper. That's going to start scaling his current board, meaning then he could sell those units onto mechs, kind of go undead to scale the board, then leave undead to go into the crazy mechs. Over on the other side, we see our Sky Captain Crag, which is Max. So if you're a Max fan, that is who is on the Sky Captain over here. But oh, Lee is out early. Just kept facing people who were popping off, I think, and he just wasn't popping off in time with that icicle, which is really truly a lot of immediate damage, but just wasn't enough. Max over here finding a cleave that can scale with his red hand or with his scour fins. Now keep in mind, a lot of the new quest rewards buff your far left unit, minion or card in hand. Red hand does not do that. Red hand just does any card in hand, so it could buff the Blade Collector. Another Titus in the shop. Titus Rivendare, the replacer of Baron Rivendare, of the Rivendare family.
That's what I would have picked. You're down a minion and up a goal.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Vol'jin's a very
One of these
interesting
tricks.
hero.
Do what I can.
Just one. I'm sure he's like every time that he's discovering, I think he's probably hoping for another Peggy. It's just not coming to him. It reminds me a lot of buddies with Silas, with the old school Silas buddy, when people would just force Peggies.
Keep up the momentum, friend.
Yep. Yep. One of the issues here is that his cleave is just being used to like remove divine shields, right? As opposed to removing minions, which is what you want out of your cleave. Probably needs a second cleave to go up front to do that. He will have the time. He has plenty of health to work with. And he can't win this one, but looks like our Citro on Holmes will take that. Oh, wait. No, I am completely wrong. Oh.
Oh, the
For
big
some reason,
cleave.
I thought it was like an instant win for the other side. Waterloo takes out Varden, who is who's on our Varden right now? Oh, Seville. That was Seville on Varden.
Yeah.
Good at this.
Now we're back to Waterloo on Cindergosa. Only down to 6 health. We could see starting to do the strategy of, okay, I'm not scaling much, so I'm going to put in some tech pieces. I'm going to be reborning these Murlocs to do ultimate venom. The problem is if you're facing mechs, they're not going to do much unless you can remove divine shields. And now we have our Baroff's Blessing pick. Who do you think is going to win this? Waterloo or Citro? We see Waterloo's checking in all the poison, but Citro's on the other side with a ton of divine shields.
These boards are, I was going to say eerily similar, but it's just taunts and a couple divine shields and champion of Yasharash on both sides. The poisons are going to be made quick work of, especially with the Anoya troop. And Waterloo technically has slightly more stats, but I'm leaning
Waterloo
towards
really needs to
Citro.
find a blaster, or it might be a disaster. I'm in a rhyming mood. I don't know what got into me.
Yeah, I don't have the slightest of clues. Okay. I'm picking Citro for my Baroff's Blessing.
Yeah, I am too.
Don't tell the others.
I would go against you, but I just don't think I can. With that many divine shields, the venom just isn't going to do much. Now, luckily his back Murloc got the reborn and not the front, because the front... Ooh! I was going to say the front's kind of acting just like a divine shield remover. He really needed to find more replicating menaces for his early taunts to do that, to remove divine shields.
Yeah. Oh? Still not enough.
Is it? Oh! He's
It's gonna be
still.
close! It's gonna be... It's a tie! Everybody
It's a
wins!
tie! You love to see it. Just happiness all around.
Yeah, that's what you want.
Players, audience. We're all winners here. Except for me. I'm just a loser.
No, everybody gets points. That's all that
I'm
matters.
a loser, TJ.
We tie our entire self-worth to the points that we earn in the Tavern, buddy. So we all win because we all get points for that Baroff's Blessing.
Oh-ho,
Love it when the players cooperate with us in that
We
regard.
see the power of this Sturdy Shard quest. Again, his non-taunt minions are scaling based on how many taunts he has. But then, does he have a way to scale his taunts? Well, he's using Bran. he could find Walking Fort. That's basically where he wants to go with this. But also he's doing a base skill comp in the meantime with Titus, just summoning Murlocs from hand with Venom. So he's a little bit of everything comp.
Yeah, this is actually pretty cool because, and I don't even know what else you'd fit onto this board. He's basically just cycling with the one spot he has remaining. Maybe eventually he'll get out of the brand once he feels like he's got enough value to put in tech cards later on in the game, whether that's like Tunnel Blast or Leroy, depending on who he's playing. But this is pretty good because that Bream in hand is massive. Well, I guess it's not that big. I thought it was going to be like 200 because Toom's had it for a long time, but it's big enough and does have the Venomous Murlocs in hand too for this base skill to pull out multiple minions with Titus. The only thing is that the base skill is huge. So it's actually pretty likely that the Titus dies before the base skill because it's so large.
All right, now we're going to see the many minions of Tomb come down. But are they enough to get through this massive collection of Divine Shields? They're just knocking off his Venom. That's not the greatest.
Still a ton of stats on the side of Tomb, however, which is difficult to get through, but the resets on the Divine Shields could be big. And there's no reset there, but it does increase the attack, so I think Tomb has it, but it's going to be maybe closer than I would have expected, depending on these last couple hits. Okay, that's not good. Okay, that's not good. Okay, never mind, he's dead.
Hello! Happy to see me? Bam! Every time it's like a sneak attack, like, surprise! Jeef over here with, again, his Anima Bribe. So whenever he scales his minions, he can scale something in the shop just by selling them. So he could, like, buy the shop out, leave the Lullabot, and then sell on top of it to attach it. It would take a couple turns. He doesn't have really any spots right now to sacrifice. Maybe the Annoyatron, because he doesn't lose those stats, right? They go on to the Lullabot. Or on the Sindorai, because he knows, hey, maybe someone's playing Undead in this lobby. I can't remember. I don't think anyone is, but they might be.
No, it didn't look like it, unless it's a player we haven't seen in a while, but it didn't look like anybody was going in that direction.
Yeah, and he's playing a ghost, so he could just like buy 5 things and hold. Or not 5, because he's not that rich. He only has 10 gold. But he could buy 3, hold, hero power, and then the next turn buy 3 more and just sell a ton. But if he's leveling, that to me means he's looking for something on tier 6. Whether that be maybe a Queen Mantid or some tech piece, because we are getting into the late game, 5 players left, so likely more tech option, not too much more scaling to go.
Yeah, these belchers are interesting. It may have been like just specific choices that were in the shop for his next opponent, because there's no other like Murlocs for these belchers to give the Venomous to. Okay, back to Yanase. Cleave's getting a little bit bigger, but it's been like 4 turns since we've checked in with him, and the scaling hasn't been that insane. Oh no, it uses the hero power to give this Sindorai 1 more health. That doesn't feel great.
It's beautiful, yeah. Divine Shield minions definitely need health.
Yeah, 1 health to be exact. Ooh. 1 health off on the Cleave.
That's where it counts. You need the 1 attack.
Base skill on. Oh, that's a good hit. That's not a good hit.
Nah. This is looking good for Yanase. It could be a tie again. Oh, nope. I lied.
Nope. I don't even know how big that Micro Mummy is in hand for this base skill. I don't know if there's a way to scale in the hand, so it might just be a regular Micro Mummy just for maybe a reset on the Deflectobot. I don't even know. But that's the most likely. Alright, Max. We haven't checked in with Max in a while. Max on the Sky Captain Crag had this red hand complete for quite a long time now. Oh.
He never tripled his Scour Fin, so he had to sell out of 1. He's having a hard time tripling in general because everyone else has the triple base skill and has these Titus Rivendares. So, like, he can't find them because everyone else took them. But he found
Yeah.
the Leroy, which is great. You can hold that in hand with the base skill drops it because his base skill will drop 4 things or more because he has double Titus.
Yeah.
And his Murlocs will get poisoned. So that's kind of what the Titus is allowing for as well. Over here on the other side, though, we see Jeef with kind of similar stuff, like more going the size Divine Shield route, which is good versus Venom. Looks like he is doing some anima bribe nonsense, so he's going to be buying from the shop and selling onto... My guess is hopefully the Sindori, so he'll likely have to buy the Pirate and sell it onto the Sindori. Hopefully it hits.
Yeah.
He
Can
doesn't
buy it
have
all.
much money. Oh, that's not what he wanted. So now he has to sell out of his Mantid if he wants to get the Sindori.
Could
Or
sell
he
out
just
of a
sits
Belcher
in Hero
too.
Powers. Oh yeah, he could sell off a different Divine Shield. You could sell out of one of the mechs and then you'd want to keep the dragon though. He decides to sell out of Venom.
Yeah. Which is fine because you're replacing with another Venom, and there's a couple different minion types here, so could get Reborn on the Maiden Queen. It's Taunt and Reborn, so not too bad. Oh jeez, this is like full scam from...
Yeah, I think everyone's kind of... This is what we saw yesterday and again today. When Murlocs are in the lobby, it's like, okay, scale 1 or 2 minions, but then the rest of your shop is just relying on scam.
Yeah.
So they really focus only on a couple minions, scaling 2-unit Betty over here, and then let's get a bunch of scam cards going around.
Yeah. Alright. Jeef is going to take down Max, I believe, who was on that Sky Captain Crag.
Yep.
And wow, okay, 2 players dying.
At Tomb taking out, that was Yanase, I believe, on the Vol'jin. Your fantasy team knocking out one another.
That's okay. It means they're both at the top.
That is.
Okay. Ooh, the rapid reanimation. Could you make use of that? Nah.
He has so many cards in hand for his Coral Murloc and finds another.
Well, needs
Does he
it
think
because there's
that-
a golden base skill and a golden Titus. That's so many minions to summon from hand.
Yeah. And he's sitting at 31 health. He has not had to deal with much today. I feel like this is a really good start to day one, a good confidence boost on how your day might go.
Yeah. So we got to bring it home though, because when you're in the top 2, it's not even necessarily about like what you've done up until this point. It's just about hitting your board to the specific opponent that's left, and making sure that you're teched properly to beat them. Because even a player that may have seemed stronger the whole game, if they don't position correctly or tech correctly, they could lose. But
Yep.
Tomb's got a huge buffer to work with. So even if he loses once, it's likely he won't die and then can adjust accordingly. But 323, 328, that's a lot of stats in hand.
I think he buffed his Leroy to keep it out of blaster range, but then forgot that his quest would just do it for him.
Yeah.
I've made that mistake before. I mean, that's my guess of what happened, but I could be wrong. He could have other reasonings for buffing it. He buffed
It's
it
a
out
good
of
habit
triple.
to get into, though.
Oh yeah, he could. I mean, obviously other people are running Titus as well, so he buffed it out of Golden Titus Golden Blaster range. So that's good.
Yeah. And that should be a
see
win. It
here.
should be a guaranteed kill as well.
It is a guaranteed kill for Tomb. You can
Nicely
see
done.
how happy he is. I love the joy on a player's face after a win. Day 1, game 1 win for Tomb on the final day of the Summer Lobby Legends. Now he has to get to 20 points and then win another game in order to win that $10,000 first place prize. But he already has 7 points from that first win.
Yep, already on the way there. And Tomb, second Lobby Legends top 8 in a row, competing in the Spring Championship as well. Went out in 5th, but doesn't matter that much because he didn't win. Obviously, it's a little more money than if you got on an 8, but still, good start for Tomb, and a good start for my fantasy team.
Yeah, good job, man. So proud of you. I'm glad you're winning.
I think your fantasy team did better that game, though. I just had Tomb who won.
I had an 8th placer.
Oh, never mind. I forgot about Lee. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. But Jeef did well.
Getting crushed. I have the caster curse, I think.
I pass it along. I don't think it's actually something that you can pass along. I think it just stays with you forever and then just goes dormant for a while. But I was honestly, because of the way that lobby was, I was expecting maybe to see an undead player that could counter some of the Murlocs. But because it was mechs, Murlocs, undead,
yeah,
the mechs a lot of times challenge the undead because you have like
Right.
a lot of these 1 health minions that just get eaten up by the tokens, or they smash into an Oiltron and then it's done. So very interesting the way that this lobby played out, where for the top 4 pretty much all had very similar boards at the end with slight variations. It was all like base skills and
Reminds me of
base skills,
yesterday.
mechs, Murlocs. And yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, it reminds me of the second half of yesterday where we just saw a lot of Murlocs and undead. But you
Yep.
know, whatever works. And you can see that these players know what works. So they're
Yep.
going to do it for the money.
That's right. It's all on the line. But that's just our first lobby of the day. We have at least 3 more, and that's if Tomb continues to have success. But as many as 13 more, somewhere in between there. But before we jump into lobby 2 of the day, we are going to have to go to a quick break. So don't go anywhere. More Lobby Legends action right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to Battlegrounds Lobby Legends Summer Championship. I'm TJ, once again joined by Slissa, the Rap God. And we're about to jump into game number 2 here of our final day of competition for the weekend.
I'm excited. That was an exciting game 1 that we just saw. Again, Murlocs King, mechs holding their own. Not a lot of demons. We saw some demons being used to kind of catapult the mechs and the quests, like with Anima Bribe from Jeef. Or we saw some people hold on to a Battle Master for use of that. But yeah, just mainly Murloc City is the world we live in right now.
Yep. And if anything for today, I just hope we get a wide variety of
I do
minion
too.
types in these games.
I'm hoping not excessive amounts of Murlocs as much as I enjoy them. I enjoy my Murlocs. People know that, but I would like to, hopefully see some pirates show up soon. We can see here now that Tomb is in the lead with that 7-point start. Needs to get to 20 points and then get another first place. Jeef with 6 points and a tie for third between Max and Yanase. Yeah.
So, great start for Tomb. See if Tomb can continue that consistency. But, I will say, this may be contentious, but I like the current variation of Murlocs way more than I liked the previous variation of Murlocs.
The Battlecry style.
Battlecry style, where, endgame lobbies would just be every player transitioning to, Poison, Divine Shield, Murlocs. It was just roll down for selfless.
You're hurting Crip's feelings right now, but Megasaur was a fun card too back in the day. Megasaur was very fun. So I was addicted to when I first started playing Battlegrounds. I was addicted to Murlocs and the Megasaur gameplay.
Yeah, and I'm sad that Flurgle's just not good now. Since Flurgle was released, Flurgle was always my favorite hero. It used to be busted. And now it's a shadow of its former Flurgly self.
He can be good at times. I think it really depends on what's in. If pirates and elementals are in, you can make them work because of the selling. But yeah, he can still be fun with quests too. But I do like what you said with all the hand buff mechanics that have come into play. I really like the hand buffs with the quests, with Murlocs, with a lot of stuff. And now it doesn't make your hand just completely worthless. And another thing I really like is you can magnetize on a full board now. You don't have to sell a minion just to magnetize. That was a huge change to the game that was very quality, and some people still don't realize that they can magnetize on a full board.
Yeah, the technology is here.
It is here. Now we see Tomb looking at our current leader, looking at his options for the next round. We have Beast, Elementals, Mechs, Murlocs, Naga.
Okay, so we still have Mechs and Murlocs, but the other 3 minion types are different. Whereas last time we had demons, pirates, and undead. And this time we have Beast, Elementals, Naga to back up the Mechs, Murlocs shenanigans.
I like Sneed because you can kind of be greedy and go for a 6-drop triple into Bell Stomper and just win. Or into Sliss Rap God. And again, just win because you're just getting so much scale because you've been hero powering and have all these death rattles. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of easier to go for a 6-drop in that case. Interesting.
Yeah.
He froze the board and didn't buy anything. Over here we have Max on Gale Wing. Took the third option so that on turn 3 he will discover a minion of his Tavern tier. He has a token, so he'll likely 3-on-3, but it might not be the case.
Yeah, it's riskier nowadays than it previously was.
I've been told that our Sneed bought the mini bot, and he might have kept the frozen token, not sure, but he did buy the mini bot.
Okay.
some fresh recruits for you.
And your friendly reminder for your bandwagon pick.
Oh. All right, so Yonsei is on your Sarge. He looks to be doing... That's an interesting freeze. Because you could buy the token hero power, and then the next turn you could sell the token hero power and get a 3-drop earlier.
Oh. Double token for Waterloo here.
Don't tell the others.
Oh, yeah.
Slissa and I both picked the same bandwagon pick.
I
We're
know, I'm
hopping on
thinking
the
maybe I should
bandwagon of
change
Sneed.
mine. We both went with Sneed. Did I sell Sneed to you with my explanation? Or did Tomb, just his pure gameplay probably did. It's not me, it's him.
No, it's you. You spent so much time talking about Sneed, I was like, well, how could Sneed lose now? And I feel like it could be pretty good with this type of lobby, right? Because of the minion types that are in, I think we're going to be seeing like mechs and murlocs in the late game.
Right.
And I feel like Sneed can do well because you can play like murlocs kind of, then like put your hero power on a Manted Queen or put your hero power on like a 5.
This is a really good
like Leroy's.
start again for Lee, where he knows he's probably not going to beat a Greybow. Greybow has a lot of early tempo, and there's a lot of death rattles.
Mm-hmm.
But he found this early Divine Shield that buffs his hand, so hey, mate, you might as well not play anything.
You can turn this.
So he decides to hold the Harvest Golem, doesn't need to play it. He does last minute throw the Elemental out. I'm curious to see if that's going to be a misplay or not. It's like, again, I think he was always losing.
Yeah.
I think he wants the stats to go on Harvest Golem, but what if he gets a quest that says play an Elemental? Will he regret his decisions? He does not have it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
He does
nothing would have been different.
Parasol, Mirror Shield, or Volatile Venom. Again, Volatile Venom is very good with beasts, but he has to buy 15 minions. That's quite a lot. Mirror Shield's interesting because there's no Quillbore in this lobby. And then there's the Theotar's Parasol, where you just need to add 8 cards to hand. That's pretty simple. Just straightforward.
Yeah. I was hoping that Lee would get like one very high power, like risky pick here, because Lee needs to start making up ground, because did not have a very good game in game number 1.
Yeah.
But none of these options really scream, okay, you know, like high requirement, but fantastic reward. Does pick Volatile Venom, it looks like.
I like that pick.
Yeah. So opting for like not a guarantee, because still needs to get there, was a pretty hefty requirement. It was by 15 minions, I think, which is going to take some time to complete. But if he does complete it, it's going to not guarantee, but high likelihood of finishing top 4, but not a very high likelihood of winning.
I have some information that Seville might be playing the Wondrous Wisdom Ball.
Well, it's too late now. Seville. Too late. That was for yesterday. What were the quests again today that we need? Cookbook
We need
and...
Cookbook and what was the other one?
Let me look. It was Kidnap Sack. I don't think we haven't even seen Kidnap Sack offered, at least.
I've seen it once yesterday, maybe. I think someone was randomly playing it. We barely watched it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There was a player that played Kidnap Sack yesterday, but do not think that they won. And it looks like it's 20 enemy minions destroyed. So actually getting good progress against Pukan here, who did pick the Death Rattle option for the hero power to get the elementals. So some good progress on Wisdom Ball, and we did get confirmation. Thanks, Dorinda. that it is the ball. So
We do have a cooked book player as well. Yanase has cooked book. And Yanase is currently on the Yasarj. There he is, cooking the books.
and it's summon minions. I don't know how many.
I think I saw 16.
He's mousing over it super quickly. 16? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No
So-
death rattles though.
Yeah, he really needs his beast to show up if you level. Yeah, I think that's what he'll do. He'll hero power here and hope for a rat pack.
But it looks like it's going to take one more turn to complete, unless there
Yeah.
is rat pack. Actually, if it was rat pack, what did he end at 11 out of 15 summon? So it'd be still one off from Wisdom Ball completing. But he
then
can
he'd
complete it into
play
the
it.
next turn and
Yeah.
then utilize it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, no. That was Seville. This is Yanase. Yanase's cookbook. Okay. I was thinking Wisdom Ball. But cookbook is the exact same in terms of you can utilize it immediately once it's complete. It's not an end of turn or start of turn.
So that is Lee
It
again over on
okay.
Edwin.
This is going to be complete then.
Trying to get
very
his
early on
volatile
into the
venom
next
online.
turn.
He has a lot of minions to buy. He had 15.
Because of the replicating
But it is a
menace.
very strong quest.
So not too bad for Yanase. He's going to get that cookbook
buying
online.
15
So we
minions,
might be
it
seeing a
helps out
puzzle
with
box
hero
question
power, so
answered
it's not
this
the
game.
end of the world.
If Yanase can
We do have
start to make quick use
some-
of that cookbook.
a
Great
few
with
different
mechs in
tokens
the
to
mech
help
lobby.
us out.
Go ahead and hire one of these recruits. It's good to get some minions in play.
Okay. So nice mech start for Max here. And on the Gale Wing, looks like it was a pretty good opening with the Gale Wing. I didn't see if Max did go 3-on-3, but his start seemed to indicate that he was going to go 3-on-3. Got the token early on the Gale Wing, and now has a very good mech start with a good hand buff potential, starting to get magnetics online quite quickly and buffed up in the hand. So Max could definitely be a player to watch.
Yeah, I really like the start he has going on over here. But if we switch over to Waterloo, we see on his Rukon, not a lot going on, but he already has his quest online with the Hidden Treasure Vault. So he's going to start making lots of money. But yeah, he doesn't seem to have quite the comp going that we saw with Max.
Let's have a Scour Pin though, so that's something.
I believe that's Citro over on the Azumat. And Azumat, Citro has the quest timeline acceleration. So Citro can start looking for higher tiered minions earlier with his spells in hand. Already has a quest online, so let's see what he gets. Plus he has Naga going on that will scale every time he plays a spell.
Yeah, it does seem like a risky lobby to play Nagas into because of the fact that Murlocs are in. It's hard to justify going all in on like stat scaling because you could just run into Venomous and base skills with more Venomous. So we'll see if Citro decides to keep going down that path, like just linear Nagas, or decides to get out of it, like you mentioned, with the accelerator, trying to find an early 5 or 6 that'll give him different direction. We'll see. Tomb doing quite well on the Sneeds, does have the Titus and has hero powered it. and does have the stealth Naga to make sure that that Titus sticks around until the very end. That's a very strong board, and one that's power is sort of hidden, which seems to be always be the case with Sneeds. With
Yanase is
Sneed.
ready to start cooking the books.
Oh yeah,
You gotta do the cooking by the books. He's considering if he wants to buy the Scourfin or not, or if he wants the hero power. The Scourfin doesn't buff anything this turn. Opts
but
to
it is
buy it.
big. And
Yeah, because when
progresses the cookbook.
his hero power is kind of, it's not anti-quest. It's kind of anti-quest, right? Because every time he hero powers, he doesn't scale his cooking books, but it's only 2 gold to get a minion, so it's economy.
A very small amount of economy.
Yeah.
Or if you're looking for something specific that you just can't find. But
Yeah.
honestly, if that's the case, 2 rerolls might be better than pressing the hero power. Unless you have something frozen in the shop. But nice little win here. Still very high health for Yanase, which is great for cookbook. Plenty of time to start scaling up those minions. And we did see a Doppelganger's Locket on the other side, which looks like it's Jeef who's got that. So
Ooh,
Jeef,
the
as long as Jeef
wondrous
stays healthy.
wisdom ball.
Oh, nice.
Oh!
Oh,
A golden banana slammer.
do you pivot to Beast now?
I mean, not with that triple. You'd like to, hypothetically. I think you do something like you play Gusty Trumpeter and the banana and hope that the wondrous wisdom ball feed you into the either a rock trumpeter comp, which we didn't see yesterday, or a beast comp. But he does have double duo. So I would say in this lobby, Gusty Trumpeter, the rocker comp is so much scale, but because Murlocs are in, they just kind of die to scam. Where Beast can outdo a scam many times. Ooh, and there is a reborn in the shop. Oh, double Rap God?
Wait, this isn't the rap god that I've become accustomed to.
I love this double Rap God over here for Octosari. He does summon a minion every turn. So every turn, the Octosari grows a little bit.
Yeah, and has a couple other minion summoning. Has the Harvest Golem and the Rat. So these can scale up pretty quickly. I like this sort of pivot because Citro did have a Lava Lurker that was, I mean, not scaling a lot, but it was scaling up a little bit. But because didn't have like a Zesty yet, it's pretty late in the game to commit to Nagas.
Right.
Went for a 6 with the accelerators and found the double Octosari. So I like this.
Yeah, we see a couple players now leaning into Beast. So is this going to be a nice, healthy Beast lobby?
It's already an 8-8.
We have a couple players below 15 health that could be in the danger zone. Now we see what Sevil's up to now that his duo has given him some Banana Slammers, another duo. Going for, oh, gets a triple Bone Mare. He could level into a 6.
Is at 11 health.
That's what I would have picked.
It's going Beast. Oh, another Banana Slam. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's what you want, right? You want as many Banana Slammers as possible.
Yeah.
And a Mama Bear? Like, this is the nuts. He's found it. He's good. He has a golden duo. Like, he's going to do the dream of infinite golden Banana Slammers.
Yeah. You can't have... Can you have too many? You can have too many Banana Slammers. you need, like, so many supporting minions when you're playing Beast that sometimes it can be difficult to find, like, which ones to cut. Obviously, Radler is cut eventually once, like, your premier support Beasts get that reborn. But that's what I always struggle with Beast, is finding, like, the ideal board.
Yeah. It's usually, yeah, like either a couple raptors with a bunch of banana slammers, but then you have to make sure they're protected. So you could find stealth for them, or you need to scale them up so they don't get hit with the zap.
Yeah.
Well, things like that. You know, they do feel a little more sad these days with the loss of our dear friend Blanchy. I do miss Blanchy.
I was gonna say you're really sad about that.
I've talked
aren't you?
about this a lot.
Yep.
I've cried about it on my stream many a time. Blanchy did not deserve to leave to a state or a farm upstate without us knowing. She just left one day.
I don't think there is any farm that would take Blanchy in that state. It's pretty menacing.
So she's not at a farm upstate? What are you trying to tell me?
She's in the underworld.
So we see Yanase on the Usarge over there, really starting to cook the books, beating out Brucon, putting him under 15 for Waterloo. So now I think we have at least 4 players under 15.
But nobody's dead.
Nobody's dead. We're at turn 10. This was a question yesterday.
So that was Chief picking the Doppelganger's Locket, I think. I think that's the buffed Harvest Golem that we saw earlier.
Right.
That's in his hand. With the Taunt and Divine Shield.
Ooh, and a triple in the shop. He could find End of Turn Effects trigger twice, or he could wait to go for a Walking Fort, decides to go into it now, gets the Discover. Chief keeps hiding his Discovers from us, finds a Critter Wrangler, which he has 2 spellcrafts on board, 1 in the shop, and now we get to see Tomb vs. Seville. Beast vs. Rock.
One of these recruits.
Barrow's Blessing number
Barrow's-
2. This seems like a very strong Beast board. And there's 2 Leroys on the other side, which is not what you want against Beasts.
But they're going to be summoning a lot of minions, but Sevile's going to be summoning a lot of big minions.
Oh, I don't know. This because the okay, Lorinda, this one's tough because we don't even know how many Sneed's hero powers are tucked into these minions.
I know he's
This
been
isn't fair.
tucking them for a bit.
This is not fair.
I'm going Seville.
Yeah, I'm going Seville also. But we could be incredibly wrong because he's had that Titus for a while, and I'm sure he's probably hero powered that quite a few times. But that's a golden banana slamma with 2 other banana slammas. So
It's a lot of slamming of the bananas.
yes, it is.
Problem too is that these Leroys are too big. Yes, I said it. Too big.
Yeah, they are. But the other minions are too small, so nothing's really done. Well, I guess there's not really any more minions to summon.
Oh. Venomous to the face.
They only had 1.
Alrighty, so we see... It's so close! It's a tie again? How? How do we get another tie for the Barrow's Blessing? This is a 2 for 2 today.
Good.
Lorinda, Lorinda back there picking out the great tie games. Good job, Lorinda.
He probably thought he was being clever by picking Sneed girls, but haha, they're never gonna know. Well, joke's on you, because everybody gets one.
Alrighty, so we see another upbeat upstart starting to go. Now needs some scale and attack. He's still on tier 4, but he only has 11 health, so he's in that danger zone. And if you look at this board kind of compared to the last board we saw with the Rock comp that was so scaled, it does kind of feel bad. That's the only problem with the upbeat upstart is like until it really gets going, it's a little wonky in the beginning. And over here with Volatile Venom, Lee is online with it. He has found 2 Rat Packs, which is really good, and a Banana Slammer. I'm surprised he even found the Banana Slammer, considering how many we've seen out there today.
I know. That's not a bad board for what he's got going on. It's just, will it scale?
I know. I feel like we both struggle to like realize the power of Volatile Venom because every minion that summons out of it is so big, and then you're like, oh, he's huge, and then they attack and they die instantly, and you're like, oh wait, was that good? But with this, hero power, at least he does have a lot of scale in that regard, and he's really starting to grow his
Don't tell the others.
Snapjaw. But again, the instant the Snapjaw attacks, it just dies.
Yeah. I guess the benefit is that might be able to take a hit or two before it eventually goes down. But it's, there is some synergy with Alta Venom on this board, and it doesn't look like Jeef is... Pretty sure that's Jeef on the other side, because he was the only player with Doppelganger's Locket. Does have a lot of health on these minions, which is good against Volta Venom, because you're going to get a lot of attacks, but these Rat Packs hold a lot of power. A lot of power within them.
Now he lost his Banana Slammer, so they're not going to be as big, and it was a early hit to the rat, so he doesn't get to summon as many rats as he'd like. Oh, this Snapjaw is tanking.
Oh,
It
but
will
it's got
not
the
be good
bots.
enough, but it will be enough to survive health-wise. 4 health in a dream. Oh my goodness, look at that hit. We're on turn 11 or 12 now, and no one's dead. They're like, I want the $10,000. I refuse to die this lobby.
They're like 10 players sub 10 health right now. Or 5 players sub 10 health right now.
We're players in this, and we're losing health as well.
Yes.
Losing our minds and our health. He's
Max
doing
looks
an
pretty
interesting
strong.
route because he's like, am I Divine Shields? He has this very big Rat Pack that I think he's having a hard time selling. It is adding to a minion type, and so with his quest, Menagerie Mayhem, per minion type he gets to scale attack. So he has mechs, murlocs, beasts, dragons, and demons. That's 5. So every minion is getting 5 attack per turn. So that's really good.
Yeah.
Over here we have double reborn Rap God for Citro. With a macaw.
This is Octasari scam.
I love
This
it.
is what it feels like.
So Octasari, what he's really looking for is Banana Slammer, because Banana Slammer will double or triple that taunt that comes down. But we know that a lot of people have been grabbing it, so he cannot find the Banana Slammer.
Not at all. And it's interesting that there's a base skill. There is the Venomous Murloc in hand, but it also just does count it as a summon. And does have the Rattler too, which is now going to give the Macaw Reborn. So that's a pretty cool setup.
Yeah.
Honestly.
You don't normally see pro players taunting their base skill. You try and leave that untaunted because you want to make sure it gets a lot of summons with Titus Rivendare, and it wouldn't do that if it was taunted, but he knows he's just trying to protect the Macaw so that the Rap Gods can do their thing. So at this point, we see the protection with the taunt. The next thing he needs to do is protect it with health. It is within blaster range, so I think that's what he'll be working on next, along with looking for those Banana Slammers if possible.
Oh. 48 now. At least, the second one is 54. The first one is 48 from what I saw there. And that the Reborn one resets it.
Yeah. Well, but this
Which is
pretty
unfortunate,
big.
but it scales the original. So even though it doesn't give you scaling towards your original Octosaries, it still gives the original Octosaries more juice, but it looks like it's not going to be enough.
I am
for
getting worried
Citro.
that someone has died this round.
And it's
Well,
Citro.
And it's Citro. Citro has died. No, it's
Oh,
too
4
soon.
people!
4 people. We have our top 4. Seville has killed Jeef. Citro is down. Lee is gone on the Edwin, and the last player is Brucon. Brucon was Waterloo. Oh, feels bad for those 4, but we have our top 4 with our Sneed being Tomb again. He's number 1 right now in the game, and he is still going. We have Yanase Anya Sarge. We have Scabs, which is Seville. And then we see the Max was on Gilwing. So we have our top 4.
Yep.
I wonder how close those matches were, like what the percents were. Because I wonder if a lot of them were 50-50s. It just kind of seems like everyone scaled to the same degree at the same time.
Yeah, it really does. And maybe that's the nature of the types in this lobby, but we are seeing a good amount of variation, and I think that that's in large part due to what we've seen from these quests. And this is the first time we've seen like a sort of a pure beast comp, even like the top 4, because we didn't see beast much at all yesterday, and in the games that we did see beasts, nobody really went there. But Seville just kind of got the juice with the Wonder Ball rolling the golden banana slamma in the shop. That was the start of it all. And then just hit 2 more real quickly, hit a mama bear. That all happened within like the same turn. So it was it's like the game was telling him something.
Something that's also interesting is that 3 of these 4 players were in the top 4 last game. So,
well.
Yes. Max was in the top 4. Yanase was in the top 4. Tomb was in the top 4. Jeef is the only one missing.
That's how you get quick days on Lobby Legends final days in the check format, is when the same players continue to have success, because that means more players are going to put the lobby in check earlier on if they continue to rack up those scores. So if Tomb has a good finish here, he may even be just one good game away from putting the lobby in check this early on.
Yeah, if you're new to this system, the way it works is you need to accumulate 20 points. And then after you've accumulated 20 points, then you need to get a first place, and then you win the full lobby. So the first person to get a win after getting 20 points. So that's what everyone's doing now, just trying to accumulate points. Once we have people at the 20-point range, then you're just going to see people diving for first places. They're going to be playing real greedy to get those firsts.
Yeah.
The first to first.
Which is exciting in its own right, to see people doing things that they haven't really been doing throughout the rest of the game, playing super greedy, trying to get like hedge towards those high rolls, powerful quests, powerful heroes. So, and there goes Seville, the beast comp going down. That's about where you'd expect it to finish. And now down to the top 3. With Seville falling, and those are big Leroys. And again, it's Sneed, so the power of this board is not necessarily what you see in front of you, but also could be in the fact that Tomb just has a board full of very high Tavern tier minions that he's been hero powering, and so the power comes from what's being summoned by there. So
I do love a Trumpeter Rock comp. When they first got introduced into the game, they were kind of weak. Wasn't seen a lot of, but they've both been buffed recently, and they're quite powerful if you get them both online. Just scaling attack one turn, scaling health the next turn. But, he has to be wary of the players playing with a lot of Venom or Leroys in hand. We don't see a ton of Leroys in hand right now. We see Yanase just has 1 poison, a buff mech, a golden bream. But he's cooking the books. He's scaling like crazy at this point.
yeah, Tomb does have the giant Leroys on board, but they're not in hand. Okay, yeah, that's a big Murloc. The Bream is huge at this point, I feel, as well.
Yeah, he missed a buff on the Bream. I'm not sure why he didn't play his Murloc there, but probably APM. Just wanted to make sure the play was done. When
Yeah.
you're playing on a different server, you can't play perfectly. You have to play to finish the turn.
Yeah. All right, stats for stats.
All right, that was a great hit. Didn't go into the Leroy, instead went into the Venom. And now the base skill, the smallest minion, will deal with the Leroy. So really good hits for Yanase, good positioning.
Oh, great hits.
But
Yeah.
what's gonna pop out? Blaster not gonna do much.
It's just endless. Every time you think, oh, he's won, there's another minion that pops out. But I didn't get the best spawns from this needs hero power, and it looks like the cookbook from Yanase is starting to scale past where these other players have gone. And Max, yeah, well, that's expected. Beats the ghost of Seville with those beasts. And Max's board hasn't really changed much. Mentioned earlier, he did get out of the Rat Pack. So the Menagerie may have not scaling as hard as it was, but at this point, just kind of looking for magnetics to make these
one.
minions just a little bit stronger.
Yeah, that replicating menace was a good hit. Can hide it inside one of the dragons, so hopefully Rui summon his Deflecto bots at a certain point. I wonder if he's looking at the Anoia troop at all, because you could hold that in hand, and that's a decent summon from the base skill. He did pass by the one, though, so I'm not sure if he's freezing for it or if he's freezing for the Murloc. Maybe both. You could freeze for both. You do... Man, but he doesn't have room for a Titus or anything right now.
No, but it would just be for the base skill. So if you put in a Belcher, like, let's say, the next time he goes up against Yanase, for example, who he knows has Cookbook, the Belcher, just to give the base skill Poisonous to take out another big minion, could be good. Summons another Poisonous from hand, or Venomous. Hard habit to break.
I know, I keep calling it poison too. I'm doing my best today to fix my wording.
It makes sense, though. Like, real-life implications thematically, because when the minion attacks, you're not eating it, so it wouldn't be poisonous.
Alright, so that didn't do too much. Knocked off a Divine Shield. Oh, that was a great hit from the Replicating Menace.
I mean, these summons from the Sneed Hero Power are taking out a lot of Divine Shields. So, that is a benefit. But I don't know if it has the stats. Is there another reset? Oh, the Micro Mummy is the last reset.
We're on the other side.
Is he losing to a ghost? Is that what we're watching?
Suffering to the ghost of Wisdom Ball's past.
Oh,
and
no!
has died! Died to Wisdom Ball!
Oh, and he's dead too. So that's the game, right? Did Toom win twice in a row?
Yeah. Toom has won 2 games in a row. That's 14 points. He's just got 2 more games in and today's over.
I know. All right. Well, there you have it. I did honestly say with the cookbook, we didn't see if maybe got like slightly greedy on that last turn and held back on power with the cookbook to see how he ended up in that spot. But we saw the golden banana slam alive at the end, which is never what you want to have in those beast comps. There's always going to be a certain point where the banana slamma is vulnerable, right? You can't like have a million taunts unless you get super lucky with those raptors. But could have just been things didn't go his way. Could have been a little bit greedy, but Toom is probably very happy about that because that means he didn't have to go up against that immense scaling with the cookbook. We're also denied a puzzle box question because I thought Yanase, once he won that last round to get to that top 3, that he was smooth sailing with a cookbook that late in the game. Like the possibilities are endless, but did end up falling. So no puzzle box question. Toom now 1 game away from locking in the points. Needs 6, so needs a second place or higher to put the lobby in check.
Yeah, and he could do it. He's just proving the last 2 games, proving yesterday that he gets this meta. He understands what he needs to do. Picking heroes like Sneed, like in past metas, I'd never pick Sneed, but Tomb's proving like the power of Sneed right now in this kind of meta. So, I know he's on your team, but I'm kind of rooting for him. I've become a fan, so let's see how it goes.
Yeah, that means we were also both right for our bandwagons. You sold me on the Sneed. So
I did.
thanks for the points.
No problem.
But Tomb potentially 1 game away from getting a check. We could have an early ending day today if Tomb keeps performing the way that he has. Very similar to the previous Lobby Legends for the Spring Championship, where it was Alex JP who was the player who was dominating all day long. But before we jump into Game 3 and see if we're going to get a check lobby already, we are going to have to go to a quick break. But don't go away. Plenty more action to come here from the Summer Championship of Lobby Legends. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Lobby Legends Summer Championship. I'm TJ, joined by Slissa once again, and we're cruising along today. Two games in a row. Already at 14 points.
Yep.
Dominating.
It's fun to watch how well he's doing. I mean, again, like I said last game, the top 4, 3 of the top 4 have been there for the last 2 games. So this might be a quick to 20 points game for a few of our players.
Yeah, we'll see if Toom lets it get to his head, but he seems hyper-focused today. Has a lot of experience under his belt with the second Lobby Legends in a row that he's been able to make it into the top 8. Last time did not do so well once he made it to that top 8, but firing on all cylinders today. had a very cool game with the sleep, pretty much just scaling up. Had the 2 taunted Leroy's and Titus basically on the board for a long time just with the hero powers in. But that worked well against Mech. So here's our current points. Tomb, the only player that can put the lobby in check in the next game. But we have Max, Yanase, and Jeeve. Not close behind because nobody's really close to him. But within a 2 lobby striking range for check status. So I was hoping for maybe a longer day today with more lobbies, but on the other hand, it's also pretty cool to see a player be this dominant in a lobby with such high level players.
Yeah, I really hope to see Tomb just put the lobby in check right away, make everyone really fear for the end of the day, because like in reality, everyone's working for the same goal right now, just get points. But now actually they're working hopefully to knock Tomb out early. They might be maybe playing those minions on turn 3 if they're facing Tomb, just to make sure they're doing every point of damage to him. These are things you consider when you're in a tournament. Like, okay, there's a player, this person now has a target on their back. I need to make sure they don't put the lobby in check. So they might be targeting him a bit, making sure their powerful minions are in play, not holding back. So I'm curious to see if that's what's going to pan out.
Yeah, that's a good point, because if only one player has the lobby in check or can put it in check, there's no one. You can sacrifice one placement to make sure that the top player doesn't get the win and end the day, right? Because they're still just fighting for points. Nobody else can put the lobby in check, so nobody else has like the hyper incentive to get exactly first place. So maybe they can target him.
Yeah, we have Beast Elementals, Mechs, Murlocs, and Naga. Mechs Elementals.
Is this exactly the same as the previous game?
It is. It's the exact same. Nothing has changed except for heroes, I guess. And I do
Nothing has changed.
Max picked up Maiev. I actually really like Maiev in this meta, and they just buffed Maiev to have 18 armor. That's insane. Tomb gets Zephyrus on 18 armor. Again, another good hero who doesn't need that much armor. So great selection for Tomb. Another hero that doesn't need that much armor but has it, Bran. So again, with what it means when you have this much armor is quests are easier to complete. Is coded in the game. Higher armor heroes have easier, faster quests to complete. So when you find a hero offered to you that's actually a decent hero with randomly high armor, you pick it. So I really like that a few of our competitors have taken that to their advantage.
Now we still see Scabs chosen here. I don't know which player it is yet. I don't think we've seen, but Scabs has been a little bit underwhelming in the sense that it is a low armor hero and its placements have been high. It doesn't feel like its hero power is kept up with what armor tier it is. But we'll see. There was Scabs. Was it G last game or Seville? One of the top 4. Scabs did make it into the top 4, but just barely. Okay. Well, this is an interesting choice for Seville. Didn't get a token on 1,
yeah,
which is a lot of times what you want with Omu.
Yeah, you could still level and pick it up, and then next turn you'll have it to sell to have so that you can get 2 minions. But he decides to Jeef curve, which is fine. I'm going to call out everyone's hero just so the audience members knows what their favorite player is playing. Max is on Maiev, Citro's on Scabs, Waterloo's on Hook Tusk, Tomb is on Zephyrus, Yanase is on Bran, Jeef is on Zyrella, Lee is on Jandis, who we see here, and Seville, who we last saw, is on Omu. That's a really good start for Maiev. There's tempo with that beast combo. And let's see. No pairs or triples in the shop, though. That's a little painful on Maiev. You really want to use that early turn on tier 1. You're doing a reform curve just to try and find triples early. So we see a pair. Curious if he'll freeze it, hero power the token, and then buy the pair next turn, or if he'll just hero power the pair. But over here, Waterloo sees another token, which is what you want to see as Hook Tusk, though. This elemental token is a little weird.
Yeah, because you have to sell it first in order to get the
Right, instead of
the,
just hero
the actual
powering
value.
it.
Yeah.
But he does the Jeef curve. There's another Jeef curve. Does it right in front of Jeef's eyes.
Did Jeef do the Jeef curve?
Well, he's playing Zyrella, so he could have.
I'm pretty sure he's contractually obligated to do it with himself.
At least 3 times per tournament, you must do Jeef curve.
Yeah, or else you lose the namesake. It's the Waterloo curve now.
Oh,
Because
Jeef's
Jeef
back.
didn't do it.
He must have had to go to the bathroom. Alright, so he is on tier 2 with some interesting options. Map of Unknown, Friends Along the Way offering mechs once 20 minions die, or Timeline Acceleration, which will happen in 4 combats. The 2 random mechs is interesting because if you're playing mechs, a lot of them have Reborn or Death Rattle to summon more minions, so it does have synergy there.
I think we can rule out map.
Yes. I mean, we obviously saw it work out once yesterday, but
It worked out to an extent.
To
It
an
worked out to get a
extent.
3rd place, right? Which was all Yanase needed when he picked it.
the thing
But
about
here, I think
timeline.
Chief's looking for something
All
better.
right, yeah, he picked what I was expecting. I was gonna say maybe timeline acceleration because Zyrella is a hyper level economy style hero. Like she can hyper level, so she could get to tier 6 units fast with the timeline acceleration. But I think this is a safe, good play.
Yep. How many minions? It was 15 minions die? 20 minions die?
20
Okay.
minions need to die, and he currently has 5. So it's as of now, it'll take 4 turns at least.
Yeah. Not too bad.
Yeah.
Because once it's complete, then it's very, very good.
Not out of this yet.
Gonna be going up against was it Yanase who was on the brand? Yes, that
Yes.
is correct. And it looks like did find one battle cry, but the first couple of shops that we saw from Yanase didn't have any battle cries in them.
I wonder if he
So it's
leveled
gonna be
up.
a little bit of time.
'Cause it used to be you stay down on brand just to find 5 battle cries, but sometimes it just can't. It's not worth it these days. You
Mhm.
see some summons in the shop along with a Scour Fin.
Nice work out there.
And over here, Seville on Omu has 2 triples. Plus he's Omu, so he is able to level and get one of the 2 triples. Likely the Murloc. Oh!
Oh,
Interesting.
okay.
He's going to wait to triple so that he has this full board. Curious if that is to help his quest out. Maybe his quest is attacks or minions death. Or if he's going for a 6 drop, double 6. I think it might be to help the quest, but I'm not sure what his quest is yet. So I will find that out for us soon. Oh, he has Golden Hammer.
Oh,
So he definitely
Okay.
wants to find a good triple to put that golden hammer on and wants the golden hammer to come alive as soon as possible. Lee over here with a Witchwing Nesmatron when he's playing Jandis. That's a pretty easy pick. I guess I didn't even have to talk about anything else. There was no other option.
yeah, yeah.
You play Jandis, a battle cry oriented hero. You take the Witchwing.
Yeah, it does need some more
Don't tell the others.
like summoning, like token style, because right now this matron is getting nothing, especially with the health on these 2 minions. Likely the Nest matron's going to die beforehand, but we'll see. One thing with Omu, was it Seville? Yeah, Seville. It's a Naga lobby with Golden Hammer,
Oh,
which was the
that's
only
true.
time we saw Nagas in the matches yesterday
Yep.
do well. Actually won, and it was specifically Golden Hammer with the Nagas. So it's a possibility, but already is like Tavern Tier 4, hasn't seen like Lava Lurker or Zesty. So not sure if that's going to be a plan, but
I didn't realize he was still on tier 3. That was my bad. I did not look. I just assumed he was on 4. but he just got to 4, so that's why he didn't triple last turn. I'm silly. I'm sorry. So I imagine if he does triple now, he'll take the Murloc.
Still could have tripled on 4 and then frozen and then tripled for a 5, but now can do like the opposite if he wants to sell off 2 next turn, right? Could level to 5 next turn. Like take the triple this turn, get a 5, and then take the triple next turn, get a 6 with selling off 2.
Yeah, and I know his quest reward is reenact murder, which is having a certain amount of minions die. He has found an upbeat duo. I like that because he knows he has another triple online, so now he can use that triple to get a 6, and now in next turn he'll have 2 6-drops. Well, he'll have the 1 6 and the turn after 2 6s. If he goes that route. If he's greedy like I want him to be, because I might lean to be a greedy player. But we see here Citro has his Essence of Xeris online. He's going to start getting minions of any Tavern tier. He could get a 6-drop from it. We won't get to see what it is until the beginning of next turn. But I do really like Essence of Xeris as a quest. It could be quite fun to play. But he's actually doing Seville a disservice because I don't think he's going to be killing many minions.
Nope. Not at all.
Oops. Seville
Okay,
has
got
14 out of 25. Quite a few to go. 11 more.
Well, but this should give Seville the hint, if he hadn't seen already, is he taking a single point of damage? Because it only starts with 10.
Right, so he could
can get greedy.
You could do it. You just need to sell 2 minions. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
It's just that then it's way much longer to get 11 to die for the Golden Hammer. But he's doing it. I'm very excited. Let's guess. It's going to be what? A Zap? A Uther? And a Queen Mantid.
I mean, I'd take an Uther right now. That's a lot of stats.
I feel like he's regretting this decision. Like now he's like, did I just mess up? Where'd all my minions go?
He's thinking about what he wants, maybe, from the 6. Or if, because the duo is going to come this next turn, so maybe thinking about if he wants to go for duo. Okay.
Interesting, because Gas Coiler is going to help him get his quest online. On the other side, you mentioned the Naga thing.
Golden Hammer. Yeah.
But, I mean, so the stuff that works with Hammer is tier 4, tier 3 stuff. So he doesn't need to get the Orgazoa, but he got it because he's like, I'm going to be hammering the crap out of people. So now he's going to have double Orgazoa, or like I call him, Gorgonzola, because I forget the words. I just think about cheese a lot in my day-to-day life.
Yeah, same.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, so Jeef has a quest online, getting 2 mechs at the beginning of every turn. And we see the Murloc base skill starting out on the other side with Tomb playing the Zephyrus. Tomb has Doppelganger's Locket.
Oh, Elemental. That's not what I expected to pop out of that base skill, but I guess it just came from the Nest Matron there. So didn't have anything like specifically curated for the base skill, just took it to plan for the future.
Pretty early turn, so he's doing his best, okay, TJ?
Yeah. I was really excited, and then the 3-1 popped out. I was like, oh, that's not great. Okay, well, Jeef gonna take some damage here. Needs to start scaling with that. Friends along the way quickly. Needs to start getting more magnetics. Get these mechs up in power, because really only has 1 loss left in him. Not looking too great for our pal Jeef here.
Jim is discovering for his quest. The Doppelganger's Locket gets to steal something from Jeef. And he's about to face Seville, who we saw on Omu, and is 21 out of 25 done. So Seville still needs 1 more turn before Golden Hammer. But we know that Seville has 2 Gorgonzolas at this point. So is probably starting to really use those Nagas to his benefit. He does have a Critter Wrangler as well. So we know that he has a ways to scale with them. Over on the other side, though, we have Lee, who has double Witchwing Nest Matron and Hidden Vault, so is able to get a bunch of money over time, but not quite the stats you would like to see. little small.
Yeah. Does have some potential though with the scaling of the dragon and the battle cries, the synergy. But Hidden Vault, especially at this point in the game, it's not like super fantastic. Like it's not like a hyper scaling quest. It's just a very stable quest. But Jeef just looking for power right now. Doesn't have a choice but to be a little bit greedy here, even though he's playing against the first place player in the lobby. But a lot of times when that happens, like first place, last place, the first place will get greedy and take that as an opportunity to maybe level a little bit.
Now we see over on the other side, Armayev has tripled into both a Rock and a Bran. I'm curious what they are receiving from their friends along the way. If they're receiving elementals, the Rock will be amazing.
Let's see. Lorenda, could we request to go over to Maev, please?
Our Max.
Next, to see what Max is doing.
Image.
Oh,
There's
it's
Max.
elementals.
It is. Let's go.
Got the trumpeter too.
Double trumpeter. The taunt in the shop. Upbeat upstart. We have a recycling wraith. This is actually like the nuttiest rock start. The only thing that else you could add into it is the Murloc elemental, but like those are all the pieces. But over here, Seville has a Thissa, has a Myrmidon, has Critter Wrangler, has Duo, has Double Gorgonzola, has Zesty, has everything, but not the stats yet, because it takes a little bit of time to get online.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Has all of the minions that benefit from being spellcrafted, but no spellcrafts. Is the biggest thing there. Like you can make so many things golden with the golden hammer and the multiple zesties, but then there's nothing to capitalize on them. So needs to find the crooner and get some deep blue scaling up.
Max needs to get going with 30 seconds left and like endless money coming out of these trumpets. He is scaling his health like crazy. And next turn it's going to be all in the attack. This is the power of Rock and Trumpeter. He just found a triple. Needs to find the time to play it. Now, Foe Reaper is actually great because you do not have to play just pure elementals with this comp. You can put in anything you want and scale it. So next turn, he can spend the time scaling Foe Reaper's attack.
Yeah.
Finds the time to play it, grab a minion, hold. He pretty much did everything he could within the time given to him. And look at all that health gained in just one turn. Bran is skipping arm day. Lots of leg day going on.
This is actually a pretty good matchup, I think, for Max, given that this is like the first turn of the Rock. So
yep.
Facing off against one of the weaker boards in terms of like raw power with Lee, who's trying to go for some type of like scaling by amassing a lot of resources with Nest Matron. Hasn't quite hit anything good, but even if Max goes down here, which it doesn't look like he will, there's just so much health of taking so many hits. Yeah, it's a good win because now it's getting to scale into attack.
Yep.
That first turn is always the scariest when it's only health.
Yeah, and he has a minion he could easily get out of in the Micro Mummy. Alrighty, so over here we finally are starting to scale, and we have a ghost because G-Fon Zarella is out in our first 8th place of this lobby. So that gives Seville an opportunity to really utilize the Naga he's starting to develop.
Crooner.
He finds the Crooner. Is it too late for Crooner? Are we not going that direction, or is it never too late for a Crooner?
It is oftentimes too late for a Crooner if it's turn 10 and beyond, or even before that. But with the Golden Hammer and the double Zesty, you can scale the Crooners pretty quickly, especially with the Tide Mishers. I think this is not terrible, especially fighting the Ghost. The stars are kind of aligning here for Seville.
Yeah, I think
it's kind of been bailed out.
I think he was looking at that Foe Reaper too, because he could scale it with the Critter Wrangler, and he had a Jaraxxus in hand, the Mecha Jaraxxus, to find maybe Wind Fury. So that was interesting. Over here, Waterloo has Ghastly Mask. End of turn effects will trigger twice, or an extra time. And he already has Drakari, making it trigger twice. So his end of turn effects will now trigger 3 times. They do stack. And he has double Elemental Murloc. Lots of money in the shop as well. Hasn't even hero powered.
An
Not a lot
infinite
of time,
amount money.
though.
Yeah, I don't think we're touching that hero power. There's too much to do. Oh, nope, did touch
Go,
it.
go. Found the mistake. Biggest mistake of his life.
It's good to get some minions in play.
All right, so not going to continue scaling. Just needs to make sure he finishes the play.
Yeah. Holding on to double base skill and the Belcher just for insurance, I
For
guess. Oh my
future.
god, those magma logs are huge.
Okay. So we missed a lot of the APM, but a lot was happening there.
Yeah.
A few players playing Rock today. I love that because we didn't see that yesterday.
Yeah, the only thing I worry about with these Rock boards is the fact that Murlocs are in. Because Rock, you're pretty much just scaling stats, so you can't just go like full elemental all stats, because any player that's playing any type of Murlocs with Venomous, you're just going to lose to. So you have to find like backup plan, some other way to do it. That's why I like Waterloo holding on to the base skill, the Belcher, just to fight fire with fire. That's why I liked, you mentioned you can scale things that are other than the elementals, like the Foe Reaper, to be able to cleave down, hopefully take out some of the Venomous if somebody just tries to counter you with like pure Murloc scam.
Ooh. We're about to face off versus the Omu that we know has the Golden Hammer online with Naga. This will be an
I wonder how
interesting
strong
match.
he is already.
I was just going to say, I
no.
hope this is the Barrow's Blessing match, but I was like, I don't think I'm allowed to make that call. But Lorinda knew my tone. Lorinda's like, yep, I feel the same way.
Oh, jeez. This is huge. This double Golden Tide Mistress. This is insane. But the Magma Lock with the Drakarian Chanter and the Ghastly Mask.
I think it's all going to depend on how Waterloo ends up teching, because right now Waterloo only has 2 minions, but we know his hand is filled with the base skill scam. Is he going to know, like, I need to get this scam out now? Or is he going to be like, I want one more turn with this duo? Because that could kill him.
I think even still, I'm leaning towards Waterloo. I don't think Seville's stats are there yet. Oh, that's a Golden Myrmidon, actually.
Yeah.
And he's not done yet.
And he's hiding some of the minions. He's hiding the bigger ones to keep him away from the venom. And
Yeah, but those Magma Locks are going to be gigantic. That's going to be like 400.
That's true.
I'm taking I'm going with Waterloo.
Oh, I wanted to do Waterloo too.
You can go Waterloo. It's going to be a tie. That's what Neil's the best at.
That's true. Again.
Oh, it wasn't 400. I guess I overestimated the Ghastly Mask. It's still big. That takes out 3 minions on its own.
And did you see how many Magma Locks entered his hand? His hand is filled with Magma Locks.
Oh, because the duo.
You had me convinced they'd be 400s. Why am I listening to your math?
Oh no!
Why am I listening to your math? No. No.
Well, you only verbally said Waterloo, so if you just go ahead and type in right now, that Seville one, you'll get credit since we're ahead. Since we have the delay, we could cheat.
How's it going out there?
Oh, I typed it in the wrong channel.
Oh.
I was like, I saw I typed it somewhere.
It's not the strongest, but it'll fight hard.
They're both scaling a lot, though. I think Seville's maximum potential with that Omu is very, very high. Oh, Tomb went down
He did.
with the Zephyrus at 6, so no check for this lobby. We're going to have at least one more before anybody puts the lobby in check. So I guess the other players can breathe a sigh of relief now that they're going to have at least one more lobby to try and earn points and put the lobby in check themselves.
Yep.
So,
So our top 5 right now is Waterloo, who is just destroying with this Magma Lock comp. And he has a ghost, so he's able to level to 6. Gets more money.
there's so much money in hand and in the shop.
He has free rolls galore as well. Uppy upstart. Max over on the other side. Also doing elementals with Rock, but slightly different. Doing more of that trumpet. And has the golden trumpet and a regular trumpet and a... Oh, lots of gold in the shop with the elemental and another rock. Not a lot of time. He's about to waste some gold, but not the end of the world. He got the play done. He got the stuff out.
Yeah.
Just a big tip for Bob to hopefully help him out throughout the battles.
This depends pretty much entirely on what's in these base skills.
They are they're mechs that are
Oh
being
yeah, they're the
buffed.
small mechs.
Yeah. But they did give a divine shield to the Deflecto.
Yeah, and that's
But just
another one
one.
as well. It's gonna be it can take out. Nope. It needed the token needed to hit the rock, and then there was a chance for a tie.
Yeah, it won't be enough
but
damage
didn't.
to kill anyone, so we still have time with this lobby. Lots of rocking to go.
Yeah, is that 3 elementals players in this top 5?
There's at least 2.
Yeah, at least 2, and then we have Sebel on Nagas, and then
Right.
we just saw Yanase on the brand, who's playing mechs, kind of
All right,
mechs with random base skills.
let's see this APM. Oh, and a golden Drakari.
Oh, geez. Okay, now they're going to be 400 400. I always overestimate Magmalocks, but with Ghastly Mask and Golden Drakari, they really are going to get up there very quickly.
Yeah, so at this point, we think that Waterloo's still watching the match. He is not back to his shop yet. Just got back. He's able to play his Drakari for that extra buff on his Magma Locks. And triple into maybe another Rock or a tech piece. Not much there. Gonna try and buy every token possible, every elemental possible. Scale galore. And he'll probably have enough money to just buy a lot of tech pieces as well.
Tactical choice.
Yeah.
There's another Rock passes by. He's like, I'm not really Rock comp, I'm Magma Lock comp.
Yeah, the Rock is like minimal scaling this point compared to
Yeah.
what the Magmalocks can do.
All right, he still has like so much scam in hand. So he could get out of the Rock now for the scam. Oh, sells the Belcher. Okay. Wow.
Okay. So this will bring out Manid Queen plus the Plague Todd Walker, so
Oh my goodness.
oh yeah. And Lorinda gave us a note that because of the Magma Locks and the scaling with the now with Golden Drakari and Ghastly Mask, Waterloo's gonna have some pretty intense desync that's gonna get worse as the match goes on.
Yeah.
He's like 20 to 25 seconds behind every other player. So just to make sure we're not missing too much that's happening elsewhere, this may be the last time we see Waterloo. Because it's only gonna get worse every turn as he starts to scale. I mean, maybe the last time we see him if there's... Oh, it's a golden base skill, but it's probably just a small mech still.
Yeah.
Well, they're not too small anymore.
Compared to the Magma Locks, I'm going to call them puny.
Yeah.
And unless, I mean, he can definitely survive at 11 with taking only 11. Yeah, he's going to survive with 1 health and a dream.
Yep.
He gets a lot of skill here, though, for his cards in hand.
Oh, a ton.
Or we see
Wow.
Back on the double golden rock, or single golden trumpet. This is just disgusting. It's one of those
Infinite
games. I
gold,
just want to kind of
basically.
like sit back and watch it happen. I don't feel like I need to talk about it.
You have to say every card that's bought and played.
Elemental, elemental, elemental.
Still infinite gold. There's just no way that he could possibly sell all this gold, more gold. You don't even want to see elementals in the shop anymore because you don't even have time to play any of them. Big question is finding a good unit to end on after all this is done. 15 seconds remaining. 22 gold. Manted? Okay. Yeah, that's a good ending unit. Okay, that's insane. This is like by far the most stats we've seen in total across the board.
Everyone's gunning for you. Watch out.
All right. Nicely done for Max. Oh no! That killed like everything.
Not what you want to see.
Oh no!
What comes out? Oh, just a duo.
Oh no! You work so hard for those magma locks. Let's see if Yanase is gonna lose to the ghost.
Oh yeah, the ghost
in this
of
round.
Naga passed. Now, Yase has lost to a ghost once already today.
He is. He's gonna lose.
This is going to be a heartbreaking second loss to a ghost today. But this ghost, this ghost deserve to die? Just keep in mind
Probably not.
that this ghost did not scale this turn.
Yeah. That is very bizarre. It's unfortunate for Yanase, but it's also very bizarre that he's been in the exact same situation twice in a row.
Yes.
Where he gets to top 3 and loses to a ghost. Same player. That's weird. Very weird.
I think most of the audience knows the pain of losing to a ghost. So imagine the pain of losing to a ghost in this $50,000 tournament with so much money on the line, and now you've lost to a ghost twice in one day. Now, I think what I would take from here is like, oh, I was not as strong as I should have been for this lobby, and I'm lucky I got to third. I'm lucky I didn't face him sooner. Like, I think that's what I would have taken from the situation. But it never feels good to lose to a ghost.
Yeah, and the last time we didn't get to see like Yanase prepare for the ghost turn, but this one we had seen him in the previous like combat phase, and we know that he wasn't being greedy. He wasn't holding back on any power. That just was his strength, and it was just unfortunate that Seville ended up fighting the Maiev, who was Max in the previous round, who was just had crazy amount of stats on the board. The only player in the lobby that had more than Seville at that point.
Right.
And then he got knocked out then. So yeah, Yanase I think can take away from this that, cool, I got third twice in a row. Instead of maybe like losing to a ghost at like, and going out in like 6th or 7th, right? Because you got greedy. So not too bad. But that was a very cool game actually. Because even though we had the same exact mini types as the previous one, we still got to see a wide variety of comps in the late game. A lot of rock, but we are 3 games down, 3 lobbies down. Nobody currently has the lobby in check, so we're going to have at least 2 more games left to go on the day. Tomb is very close now, even with the 6th in the last game. But before we get into game number 4, we are going to have to go to a quick break. But don't go anywhere. More Lobby Legends action to come right after this. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Hearthstone Battlegrounds Lobby Legends, the Summer Championship. We're 3 lobbies in to our final day here. And Salissa, nobody has the lobby in check yet. So we're behind schedule compared to the Spring Championship, where it was in check after 3 games, the minimum. So it's giving me a little bit more hope now that we're going to get 7, 8, 9 lobbies throughout the day today. What do you think?
I'm hoping so, because last time I was casting for Lobby Legends, I think there was only 5 games, and I was a little disappointed because the last day, the games are so entertaining, like you saw just right now. These rocks scaling so much and succeeding in a Murloc lobby that I didn't think was possible, but they proved me wrong. They were able to out-scam the Murlocs, get this size that was insane, and really put on some entertaining games and some entertaining ghost value.
Yeah, I know. That's what happens when you get to that top 4 and there's a couple players that are quite obviously stronger than everybody else. But here's the current standings. Max has overtaken Tomb in terms of overall points. We now have 3 players, both are Max, Tomb, and Yanase, who are in striking range to put the lobby in check. I think it's likely after this round that we will see that. But I will say, you said the last Lobby Legends that you cast was 5. I don't know if it's me or if it's the curse that I put on the broadcast. I've never had less than 6.
Oh.
And I've cast like 4 Lobby Legends now, I think. This would be the 4th. I believe maybe even the 5th.
I like that this graphic only goes to 8. Maybe we can ruin the graphic.
It's really hard to go beyond 8. 8 was my max. So... I believe, yeah, I'm hearing it now. I've just been told that we do have a graphic that goes beyond 8.
No, let's ruin the graphic.
Never happened. It scrolls. I'm being told that it scrolls. It scrolls over. So
Rolly
we do
graphic.
have the technology. Yeah. So we have had the puzzle box going on. We're going to take a look at it now. I don't think we've had any of these be complete. We haven't had a game go longer than...
Oh. Yeah. I was going to say we had something go past 10, but that was yesterday's puzzle box, so...
Yeah. No players won with 38 health. Kidnap Sack we haven't even seen. Cookbook we have seen, but didn't win. And we still haven't even played 4 games, but even if someone different wins this time, 2 won twice in a row, so we'd have to get to at least 5 different winners in order for that one to go. And 6 games, we still have 3 more, because it's more than 6 games. It's not 6 or more, it's more than 6. So we still got some work to do on the puzzle box.
My negative Nancy approach seems to be working here.
Yeah, it seems to be the right call. But who knows? Anything could happen in the next three lobbies. Anything could happen. So I'm excited for it. But not looking good for me.
Can demons win? Could that happen?
Okay, when I say anything, I mean anything within reason. That one's a little out there.
Megasaur return?
Actually, you know what? Maybe.
Yeah.
No, it'd be too strong.
No, I mean, because Divine Shield doesn't really help Murloc, so he could come back.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
I guess it helps the big Murlocs like Magma Lock, but Magma Lock could already get Divine Shield, so.
Yeah. I think it could be okay. Reborn would be pretty... was Reborn on Megasaur?
I don't think so.
No, it didn't come out, no, because Reborn came...
Megasaur was a standard card prior to Reborn as a keyword.
Yeah, Megasaur was in Ungoro.
Ungoro. Sing us the song.
I don't even remember it.
Oh, come on. And you
Are you talking about like the trailer song? Or are you talking about Ben Brode's Ungoro rap?
Both. You should have them memorized.
I don't know either. As soon as an expansion rotates, I forget everything about it. Not everything, but I forget most things about it as soon as it rotates.
Disappointing.
I only have a limited amount of space in my brain.
Alrighty.
The opposite of a photographic memory. As soon as I look at something, I have no hope of remembering it.
I feel like my memory has really like shrunk down to like 2 years max.
7 fresh
Yeah, see? The standard
souls.
rotation.
You ready?
Same. Okay. Jeef, ETC, and token start. Looking good. Looking real good.
Yeah. It's definitely what you want to see. I mean, you don't have to 3-on-3 with ETC anymore because the undead buddy is on tier 2 and it's a really valuable buddy. But it is nice because then you are able to hero power turn 3 when you've leveled to tier 2.
Mhm.
All right, I have
Wow.
our heroes. Max is on AFK, Citro is on Maiev, Waterloo on Tamsin, Tomb is on Rat King, Yanase is on Zyrella, Jeef is on ETC, Lee is on Zephyrus, and Seville is on Kurtrus.
Got some fresh recruits for you.
I might have missed what minion types are in because my camera has been malfunctioning and driving me crazy.
I missed 2 because I was monologuing.
We have undead. We got elementals. We got Naga. We got
Dragons.
dragons. We
And
might
pirates or
have
Quillbore.
pirates or Quillbore.
Yeah.
I want to guess.
Still might have pirates or Quillbore.
Yeah. I want to guess it's pirates since someone picked Kurtrus. But we haven't seen
Okay.
Quillbore today, so maybe it's both. It's dragons, elementals, Naga, Quillbore, undead.
Okay, so no pirates. I'd like Kurtrus even like without pirates. I think Kurtrus is just really strong. High armor total, reasonable. Hero power. It's not like tribe based, I guess, in a sense. So, I just like all the high armor, and we're seeing some heroes that we haven't seen very much of in Tamsin and Rat King. Might even be the first time we've seen both today in terms of what we've seen over the course of the whole weekend.
Ooh. What a
Oh, yeah.
start for AFK. Double
Nice.
Quillbore. Now we see Jeef is considering, do I want a 3-on-3 here? Typically, these days with quests, you'd stay on tier 2 because that's where the undead is. But that shop is terrible. That shop, I mean, the only thing maybe is the Quillbore pirate, but when you have such a bad shop, the strategy is just to level. So he went with leveling. I'm pretty sure because the shop was terrible.
You can still make a comeback.
Fine, you can get higher tier buddies going on.
Yeah.
Not too much damage right away, so. But it does put more pressure on you to sort of hit good stuff over the next few turns.
I mean, he
As you
hit a
sacrifice
bad
so much
shop
tempo,
again.
you kind of fall behind. Yeah, I know. This is.
Oh, partner in crime!
Ooh!
It's a partner in crime lobby. Anyone here can opt to get a golden buddy. Now, this is rare, and honestly, golden buddies aren't that great a lot of the time. Who is it good for in this lobby?
It's good to get some minions in play.
Except the mice.
Not Zyrella.
Is it good for anyone?
Zephyrus?
The problem with Zephyrus is it's a buddy. It's a battle cry. So Zephyrus is a battle cry. Maiev is a battle cry. ETC is a battle cry. So in general, the battle cry ones you don't necessarily want it golden. I wonder if no one will pick it. I don't think they will. I think when you're having fun in this game, it's a fun one to pick. I don't think this lobby will be picking friend of a friend. Golden buddy. The only one maybe AFK for tempo. Kurtrus's buddy is weird now for him because his hero power changed.
What is Kurtrus's buddy?
It
I
scales the
completely forgot.
shop every time you buy minions. So it's a lot of tempo.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, after you buy a minion, minions at Bob's Tavern have +2/+1 this turn. So it'd be +4/+2 for the golden buddy. Not the best. Especially because partner in crime actually usually has pretty high requirement.
Right. Yeah, that's the problem with it. Like, honestly, I think that the devs could take away the strict amount of opportunities that it comes up. So, like, right now, I think it only comes up for 1% of the time. Or is it maybe 0.1% of the time? It's not very often.
I think it's 1%. I think it's 1%.
We do have a partner in crime, Taker. It is Seville.
And Seville is... Kurtrus.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It is a tempo because every time we buy a minion, it scales the shop a ton. So, I mean, if his other quests weren't good, it makes sense. It's definitely the best buddy here for Golden. Zyrella's is okay. That's kind of slow. You need it early.
Yeah.
We have 3 players on Doppelganger's Locket, though, and that's a big deal because they're just going to be trading minions with one another. Citro has it, Waterloo has it, and Tomb has it. So Citro's on Maev, Waterloo's on Tamsin, and Tomb is on Rat King, and all 3 have Doppelganger's Locket.
It is a little bit awkward if you get towards the end of the lobby and there's that many Doppelganger's Lockets because
yes, you're just back and
then
forth
their boards,
trading.
Yeah, they're like homogenized towards the end, and you just end up seeing like the same powerful minions. Everybody finds the tech cards they need because they know that their opponents have it. It gets a little bit weird.
Well,
so,
and it's a Quillbore lobby. I've seen it before where you're just trading off these giant Divine Shield Quillbore. Back and forth and back and forth.
Yep. So if it gets to the top 3, maybe you want to just sandbag, tank your board so that if it's the top 3 are all the Doppelganger's Locket players. We'll see though. It's already complete for Citro.
Yep.
So
Already
that's a
has
great
it.
start. Already going to get a 5 too.
Extra
This is
moon
a
bacon.
Jazzer.
Let's see. Maybe he gets a brand here. He doesn't seem too excited about his selections. Not that we know what they are, but he has a second triple in the shop. The question becomes, does he hold for a 6? Considering he took a glow scale, I'm going to say no. And the next
All right.
one is...
Second glow scale.
I mean, with Moon Bacon, a Bongo Bopper would be nice. He went with Sanctum. He is getting 2 more dragons this turn. He has 3 on the board. Over here, Lee has tripled into a 4-drop. Looks like his quest is cards to hand. He's going to get 2 more cards at the end of this turn with the Golden Dragon. That apparently everyone has found.
Yeah, that's weird. But it does. There's. It seems like a lot of players are like a little bit of boards trying to scale up.
Yeah. So he has the
have-
Endless Blood Moon as a quest, which is a really good quest. It's very stable. We have 3 players on the Endless Blood Moon quest as well. So let's keep that in mind. So we have 3 players going Doppelganger's Locket, just like stealing people's cards. Then we have 3 players going Endless Blood Moon, who probably will be forcing something to do with Divine Shields and Quillbore. So I feel like this is going to be a massively Quillbore lobby. The only one off of these quests are Max, who is playing Ghastly Mask, and then Seville, who's on the Partner in Crime, like we talked about.
Is there an opportunity to try and go against the green for these players
No.
and try and get out of maybe go elementals again? Maybe some more party rocks?
I mean, there's definitely an opportunity for Jeef since he's ETC and can do stuff that no one can do with his hero power.
Yep.
He's able to level, get a tier 5 buddy, sees Death's Head Sage, and again, he has Endless Blood Moon. So every turn he is getting 2 gems, but this will give him extra gems. It'll be 4 gems until he goldens it, and then it'll be more gems. Oh gosh. It's just a gem playing lobby.
Yeah. Okay. Seville completed partner in crime, so it does have the golden buddy, and it's gonna have a lot of I mean, this is pretty big. This is a lot of tempo. Like, these minions are huge. Just +4/+2 every time you buy a minion in the lobby or in the shop. So that's just a lot of stats. And he's playing around with a lot of gold this turn as well. So they don't stay though. So that's the one thing you have to keep in mind is you got to make sure you do everything in a vacuum. Oh no, they do stay if you freeze it. But it is a little bit of a tougher buddy to play with, especially since that's his quest. Because it's going to be hard to find direction. He's got to play for tempo early and then see how he's going to scale later on in the game. Just keeps freezing board after board. So we'll see how he fares moving forward. But Seville's going to be pretty strong for a while. And just taking a look at sort of the previous lobbies, Seville still needs quite a bit of points to put the lobby in check. So he's got at least 2. So if you can get like a couple middling, like 5-6 pointers, like second, third place, he's going to be in a good position. Does have to make sure though that he's keeping an eye on the other players that have the potential to put the lobby in check this round. Which, if you remember back, it's Max, Tomb, and Yanase, who all are within striking range of that 20 points. All right, Max gets the Charlga with the Ghastly Mask completed. So already has some scaling. We saw in the AFK that he got the double quill board, the Prickly Piper, and the Jazzer right off the bat. And now he's going to find sort of that scaling with the Charlga and Ghastly Mask. So Max is off to the races here in terms of scaling potential. Now over to Lee with that Endless Blood Moon. Does have Endless Blood Moon, but is not in Quill Bores. I guess looking for these elementals, has a Terragosa in hand, which is a little bit weird. That is a pair in the shop with the elemental. So can look to try and find a 6, find that rock, and pivot towards elementals. One of the things that I think is good about Endless Blood Moon is that it even though if you're not in Quill Bores, it doesn't have quite the level of scaling. It's still just a free at least +6/+6 each and every turn, which is something, right? It's not a dead quest, not a dead quest reward, even if you aren't going Quill Bores. And so, as I mentioned it earlier, if you're in this lobby where sort of everybody has, there's 3 players with Doppelganger's Locket, a lot of players have good Quill Bore starts, might be in a position where Quill Bores are just hyper contested. And I think that's where Lee is finding himself right now. Uh-oh. Chief, very strong right now. Endless Blood Moon himself, but also found the buddy to be able to go even further on that. And max 15 damage being dealt here to the Zyrella. So Chief's looking good. Looking very good. And Chief's current position is not good. Currently at 7.5 points total. So basically, in order to put the lobby in check, would have to win, straight up win, the next 2 lobbies. And he's going to start to run out of time pretty quickly as this moves on. So we'll see how he fares. Lee, kind of in a desperate situation here. Couldn't get greedy and go for a 6 because already at 8 life, under that 15 health threshold, really only has 1 loss left in him. So needs to find sort of this immediate power, but the scaling options just aren't there at the moment. So just needs to try and improve his position as much as possible with this turn, and then pretty much just do that each and every turn from here on out. Not looking too good. Has to unload all these Endless Blood Moon blood gems as well. Just try and be max power going up against the Rat King, which is Tomb, actually, on that Rat King. So we haven't really checked in with Tomb, so I'm actually going to be curious to see what Tomb has going on. Okay. from the locket was able to get the buddy. And a Venom Strike trap, too. Is brought out. So, it's a decent amount of power, but it's kind of awkwardly shaped compared to what Lee has, who, even though it may not have the best scaling options for the time being, is still pretty powerful because of that sort of desperation play last turn just to try and make his board as strong as possible. So we'll eke out the win, but it'll be a pretty minimal amount of damage, only the 5. So it's possible that Tomb has one more loss left in him.
Alrighty. Hopefully I didn't miss much.
Oh, you missed a lot.
That
Somebody
is
died,
one
so no, you
big
didn't.
cyclone. And he's still on
Yes,
tier
it
3.
is.
I talked about this yesterday. When you're playing Quilboar, you don't need to leave tier 3 if you don't want to.
I didn't like that one either. Here's a gold for
He decides
And-
to with his triple, but you don't have to.
Ooh. Disco Shuffler.
A Necrolight's interesting. This is going to have a lot of attack and health on that. On the other side, Rock, Elemental of Surprise, and Eternal Summoner for Jeef, who is going quite the Quilboar comp right now. But I do really like Eternal Summoner. And I'll tell you why. It's because it's great for returning blood gems once you hit Bach.
Yes.
Where, oh where is our Baki boy?
Well, Jeep is at 6, so he's the player in this lobby that's probably the most likely to hit it at some point. Very strong right now. And I actually forgot that Undeads were even in this lobby because nobody's even has many on their board. For
Why
the time
undead
being.
when you can Quilboar?
It's very true.
That
Very
is quite the leg day for our Pyramid buddy.
He's just there to soak some hits. That's
yes,
it.
he's the tank.
you can win.
I don't. He's tanking from the back, but he's a tank.
Yeah.
We see on the other side how Kirchus is doing with his golden buddy, all that early tempo.
This seems pretty weak. Maybe Jeep is just incredibly strong, but oh no. Max with the Ghastly Mask and Charlga, and the scaling of the Blood Gems as well, had that early Prickly Piper and Jazzer on AFK. Looking like getting quite strong, but Yanase on the Zyrella looks like couldn't find enough power in the interim, so he's going to be our first player to go down.
That's important because Yanase is one of our 3 competitors that could get to check this turn, so he wasn't able to accomplish that because did not get enough points. He needed at least 4.5. He received 0. But over here we see Seville still popping off with his golden buddy.
Okay, Tomb's getting up there.
Yeah, and Tombs just stole that Terrago, so this turn using the Doppelganger's Locket, and it has been scaled already.
Hire a recruit while you can.
So I'm excited to see how big it is.
Yeah, that's a good minion to end on.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about Doppelganger's Locket. You can just, like, use a spot to cycle, and you have something to end on, because that's always the hardest part when you're cycling. Like, what do I end on here?
Yeah.
There's also that pairing in the shop of the Splitter and the Murloc.
That's what I would have picked.
Oh, yep, and went for it.
Yep, it's a nice little tech piece for this mid game when he's just trying so hard to get the lobby in check. That's all he needs to do. He doesn't care about, like, he just needs, 4 points? That's his goal. He doesn't need a first. He needs 4 points.
Yeah.
So he is allowed to start teching early just to guarantee the 4 points.
Yeah.
So 4 points is 4th place, right?
Yep. So just needs the top 4.
Top 4.
And
That's all he
then
wants.
it's lobby and check. Max just needs top 5, and Max is in a great spot right now, so it's very likely that he'll put it in. Yanase did not. Those were the only 3 players that could.
Yep.
So Waterloo looks like tried to. We haven't checked in with Waterloo in a while, but definitely did not have Zesty in the previous time we looked in. Tried to head over to Naga's, but seemed like a little late because too much stats with the Ghastly Mask and Charlga over on the side of Max.
Naga are just too slow right now because Duo's gone to tier 5. And unless you have a golden hammer, it's just doesn't seem worth it. But he does survive, so he could face a ghost this turn, which will give him an opportunity to amp up.
Yeah.
But Max, again, one of the players who could put the lobby in check this turn, needs to top, what did we say, 5? Top 5. It looks like he's going to easily be able to do it. So he takes on in levels.
Yeah, and he's fighting against Tomb. And so if he knocks out Tomb in this next combat, which Tomb looks to be pretty low health, that would also deny Tomb the check. Because Tomb needs that.
Right.
Needs the 4 points.
It looks
so needs the top 4.
So it looks like he is freezing to cycle his gems to another minion. Looks like he has a lot of gems on the Venomous Quillbore, which doesn't need gems. It just needs 1 gem. Maybe he wants to get out of these dragons and go somewhere else. But we're going to do a Barrow's Blessing for Citro and Jeef. Quillbores versus a board.
Not board. Quillbore versus minions.
Minion comp. I love a good minion comp.
Yeah. Okay, this is a good one, Lorinda. Been impressed with your
His selection.
Rob's blessings today.
Yeah, I'm going with Citro.
Oh yeah, safe bet.
What
I'm actually just
going
gonna be I'm gonna be a contrarian here. I'm gonna go Jeef. Because Lorinda's been picking
Keep up the momentum, friend.
matchups that look one-sided, but then it either ties or goes the other way. Oh no!
Oh,
So we just have to watch one perspective. So we're watching Citro's perspective. So we'll see what happens. Could these secrets be a big deal here?
I mean, that's a pretty big deal.
Yep. If this can snipe the Venomous? No, not quite.
Splitting image?
But splitting image? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I valued the secrets enough when I was making my selection.
There's still a lot of stats in these Eternal Summoners. Actually, the Knights are pretty small.
Yeah, I was hoping that the Knights were big and that the tokens were going to deal with the Divine Shields, but I underestimated those secrets. My goodness. Now, it's not going to be enough damage to kill Citro, so Citro's still okay. But 10 health left. Over here, Max. Did the Zephyrs just die this turn, or was that previous turn?
Just died this turn. I think we still only had one player die in the last round. So that was Lee on the Zephyrus.
Lee on Zephyrus. Yeah, Lee is struggling a little bit this tournament. Things aren't going his way. Max finds a triple in the Terragosa. Gets out the Quillbore, so the Quillbore can scale while there's still space in the shop. And now he's going to be looking for Bach. That is his 6-drop opportunity here. He only has 1 health, and he whiffs on the Bach. Now there's Zap. That could give him opportunity there because, I mean, there could be the secrets that summon the poisonous snake, stuff like that. So a later Zap could be helpful.
Yeah. It's going to be nice just to have in his back pocket, but this is pretty intense in terms of the attack scaling. I think he only has had like 1 Jazzer or 2, so the health is not much, but has the 3 Divine Shield minions. So the Ghastly Mask with the Charga is probably adding like, at this point, maybe 20 attack per turn on these Divine Shield minions.
Yeah, over here on the
with
other
multiple
side,
gems.
there's just so much gems going on. And a Buddy Goldener in hand, the Talent Scout. Wonder what he's waiting to use that on. I feel like it's probably something in particular. He
Yeah.
has 2 buddies on the board that aren't golden.
Let's see if you can
There's no space to golden the cold board buddy, right? Because he's already receiving so many blood gems.
That's just crazy. So many secrets. Splitting image. We have more secrets coming after the next attack as well. Auto defense matrix.
I miss the
Order
days.
lull.
I miss the Chadgar days. Oh, what a snipe on the Leroy.
There's another one.
That's
Oh, Reckoning.
Reckoning is insane right now. And that's going to be the end for Max, who needed to top 5 to put the lobby in check. But Jeef says, no, no, no. You can't put this lobby in check, man.
That means Tomb would be the unless what 3 players die. It was
Well,
only 2, so
there
it's
was
gonna be
a
a tied for 5th.
Tie.
Yeah. Oh,
But
so
still
Tomb
not-
actually is gonna put the lobby in check because Tomb hit the top 4 on the Rat King.
Was the tie hit let Max get it? He only needed 3 points.
So tied is it not 2?
Oh, yeah, it's 2.5,
it's-
so he's off.
2.5. Yeah.
Yeah, so Tomb has... With this game, he has 20 or more points, meaning the lobby will be in check. And therefore, if he gets a first place, he will win this Battlegrounds Lobby Legends. Unless somebody else gets to 20 points before he can do so. Then they have the top opportunity to take over.
Yeah, it gets really exciting when there's like 4 or more players that have the lobby in check.
I've
because
never
then-
got to cast that.
Oh, really? Okay.
I've seen one player do it, and then they win.
That's, that's unfortunate. It actually gets pretty confusing to keep track of at the end too. When like the top 4 is like 3 players that all have the lobby in check, and then there's one player who's just trying to beat all of them.
Right,
That's
because
when it
then
gets
you're
fun.
like panicking. You can't let the people who have the lobby in check win.
Yep.
I think you can win this thing.
It's so hard to evaluate these UTC boards with all the secrets. Gotta hope that he doesn't get good secrets, but a lot of them are good at this stage of the game. Like splitting image on these big minions, even Venom Strike
Insane.
Trap, because it just gets you like an extra.
Yeah, and there's no more snake trap, right? There's no more snake trap that to ruin your secrets.
Yeah.
Like I thought, Tomb was so much stronger. Then all these secrets show up. Redemption for a Leroy. Yeah, that's the end of Tomb. But it doesn't matter. Tomb doesn't need to get anywhere past 4th. He just needed the 4th. It didn't matter. Points don't matter to him anymore. Only first place matters from here on out.
Yep.
And
Keep up the pressure.
on the other side, now we're into our top 2. Citra was able to win, make it into the top 2 to face ETC.
All right. Well, these Eternal Knights have to be a little bit bigger now, but they're going to have to be pretty big in order to take down Tomb. Or, sorry, not Tomb, Jeef, who's done a pretty good job scaling while still holding on to the Secret Buddy. Just make things, like, really awkward. Those giant quill boars. Oh, it's the Weebomination.
Oh, it's so cute. I don't need to brag, but I definitely picked Jeef for my bandwagon.
Oh, very nice.
Well, I just wrote ETC.
Well, during the bandwagon turns, it's at least hard for us to see which hero is which player.
I don't know who's on ETC, but I've seen ETC this tournament, and it's done quite well, so I'm a trust.
It has, and it seems to be an auto pick for a lot of these players too. It is a very powerful hero.
I think there's just a lot of opportunity with specific minion types being in for ETC, but especially just that undead I've talked about on tier 2 buddy that can really get quests done quickly. Because ETC has a hard time completing quests because ETC starts out with low armor. But yeah, that buddy is just insane.
You're way ahead.
Tier 2 undead that summons 3 1-drops. Oh, but we see the minion comp surviving over there.
It's becoming more and more undead as time goes on, is what it feels like. But I don't know if it's enough to stand up to Jeef, who has extra life because has had that ice block. These secrets are just posing a pretty big problem to everybody here. Like Reckoning, Venom Strike Trap, Splitting Image on these giant Quillbore, it's just way too much.
Yeah, it's a little disgusting.
It really is. It's so annoying. Like, how do you tech it? You know?
Yeah.
How do you tech against it? You don't.
I mean, I kind of like this, right? Just endless summoning and hoping that the minions die.
Yeah.
He has a double reborn Murloc here, so it's going to be a tie. But then
Oh,
Jeef
no, the
has the
demons at the
demon.
end.
Yeah,
Yep.
so then Jeef wins. But
Yep.
are the demons big enough to kill the 10 health? They are.
Needed to be Tavern Tier 2 average. So it is going to be. Oh, actually, was he on Tavern Tier 5 at the end of
He
that?
was on 6, yeah. So
Oh, he was on 6.
plenty.
Okay. Yep. And that'll be Jeef taking the lobby. So your bandwagon pick worked out. In the end, you're going to net some nice points for that one. And Jeef really needed that, to be honest. Jeef was all the way down at 7.5 points. So now I'll be at 14.5 points. So in the conversation for putting the lobby in check, but still very likely 2 games away from being able to do that.
Right, yeah. So, yeah, he got an 8th place in the previous game. So this was definitely a confidence booster there because he has a 2nd place from earlier, too. He's kind of doing this first or last place mentality today, which happens sometimes. It's a little bit opposite of Max, who's been so consistent until that game. That was like the first game he wasn't top 4.
Yeah.
But just, that was a very fun game to watch, very different from what we've seen previously.
And one player who's struggling is Lee. Lee not having the best of days. I think after that we'll be at 3.5 total points. If I'm counting that correctly, which is not very much. When you're in that position, it's kind of all about just playing your own game. You can't worry about the players that have the lobby in check. You can't worry about who you're facing or who's going to win. You just have to buckle down, focus on placing as high as you can, and then hoping that either you keep winning a million games in a row, so you deny the players that are in check from winning, or you accrue enough points over time to do it yourself.
Have to hope the other players can't win the lobby who are in check and just sneak your way to the top.
Yeah, but going to be rough. But we do have, I believe we'll see after the break exactly who's close and who has it. But I believe Toon locked it in that last one, so we could be one game away from ending our day here. But before we jump into that next lobby, we are going to have to go to a quick break. But don't go anywhere. More Lobby Legends right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to Hearthstone Battlegrounds Lobby Legends, the Summer Championship. I'm TJ, once again joined by Slissa, and I feel it. I feel like we're starting to get towards the end of the day here.
What?
It's
The
winding
numbers
down.
check out, yeah. Unless
It could be, unless
no one can close out the win.
and we go to that that mythical 14 lobby check format status, which never happened, never even been close, never even seen double digits. And with the same players continuously having success with like Tomb and Max, like up at the top, and nobody really within striking range of them. Like still many players who are at least 2 lobbies away from putting it in check. I feel like it's only a matter of time at this point. But taking a look at some highlights from that last series with Jeef has just seemed to be turning up when it matters, right?
Yeah.
Didn't have the best game previously, comes back and wins. It was the same yesterday, even just qualifying for the top 8, where it looked like he was pretty far down in points, and then won the last lobby to barely squeak in to this top 8. Maybe Jeef is the dark horse here.
Maybe, but look how tight it is in the middle. Like, yeah, Max barely missed out on putting the lobby in check, so only one player Tomb has with having over 20 points, but 15 and a half, 14 and a half, 14 and a half, 12 and a half. Like, it's quite a tight middle group. So I think if they can work together and get there, I mean, we could have a long day ahead of us.
Yeah, Jeef, Waterloo, and Citro just need to have a pact to make sure that they finish top 3 or tempo out Tomb and Max over these next couple lobbies. But Max just needs to avoid 8th this game.
Right.
He needs to make sure that Tomb does not win. And then secondly, make sure to avoid 8th. Even if he gets tie for
he could
7th.
tie for 8th. Tie 7-8 would be fine. But one thing I don't know, and I wish I did know, maybe I could find out, is if the players know who each other are. Because they can turn it off. Like, they might be required to turn off names. That way they can't target. And I didn't know if they turned off names or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because if that's the case, then they don't know who to target, and it's just a free-for-all. But who knows? Maybe I'll know in a second.
I think they would have to have names on to at least identify. And I don't know if they'd be able to check like client-side rules on if they have names disabled or not. So usually in Hearthstone's history, if it's something that they can enforce 100%, it's not in the rules.
All right, so we see minion selection, dragons, mechs, murlocs, pirates, quillbore. So not a lot of tokens. This is a scale lobby with murlocs scamming.
Yeah, and we're looking at Tomb. So Tomb might change his tune.
Yeah, because Sneed's a little rough in this lobby.
It's a little rough, and also it's first or bust at this point. Lobby's already in check. Points don't matter for him anymore. It just needs to get first place, and goes with Cariel.
She's safe. I mean, that was a really hard decision there. I feel for him. There wasn't any like clear direction.
Yeah.
All right, Citro on Tess. Tess is amazing right now. 18 armor and a good hero. She doesn't really need that much armor, but she has it. Jeef is on ETC again.
Oh, jeez.
Don't mind me.
The back-to-back. And going to hold on to the Busker here, which gives him multiple options. Last game with ETC, Jeef actually went 3-on-3 and ended up winning. So opportunity to do that again with the Busker. Or if it has a good shop, could also play the Busker on 2, level up, and then on 3, just buy minion and hero power if he has like a decent shop.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what Jeef decides to do over the next couple turns.
Yeah, it's a pretty much level curve. Not gonna Jeef curve. Disappointing, Jeef. But I understand.
Hasn't Jeef curved once. Well, maybe. Because we didn't see all of his turns 1 through 3 in the previous games.
Just to
So.
call out some heroes, Max is on Lich King, Citro is on Tess, Waterloo is on Kurtrus, Doom is on Cariel, Yanase is on Vol'jin, Jeef is on ETC, Lee is on Akamakadu Secret Guy, and Seville is on Reno.
Akamakadu.
Akamakadu. I mean, when Lorinda types in chat Secret Guy, and I don't know his name, apparently no one knows his name, so that's fine.
Akazazamzarak.
Don't people call him Akaskam?
Akaskamzarak.
Scamazarak. Oof, that's a rough shop. At least there's a token. Noyatron or Razorfen Geomancer. We never take mistakes. First hero power is not the undead, but there are some options here in I mean, you could hold the piloted Whirlitron because next turn you could hit the undead. That's a bit greedy, but Jeef might need to be greedy to start to get into the points. He needs 5.5 points. Opts to take the level and gets Pirates galore. He's going to start getting coins right away.
Yeah.
Or just start grab the scale. But yeah, I like the coin here. Does he freeze? I like the freeze.
I do. Yeah.
Start scaling attack. Because if you get the scaling quest, that's really easy.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe he doesn't want to commit to it, considering he hasn't seen his quest yet. Because it would really just be the scaling that would do it. Because he already has, was a bootlegger for like add cards to hand.
Right.
So, a triple frozen in shop.
Oh yeah. We are on quest turn. So let's see what our competitors are going to select. Destroy 15 minions. Have 25 die. He does have a lot of minions. He could get a Ghastly Mask with a Light Fang Enforcer. Your favorite card. I mean, so the problem with Sturdy Shard is that he has to destroy 15 minions. And as we stated earlier, there's not a ton of tokens in this lobby. There's no no beasts, no undead. Right? No, there's
I think
undead.
so, yeah. It's just, mechs and undead. I mean, that's...
There's one of the two. I don't remember already. But yeah, he goes with the Light Fang. I really like that pick there. Erling Splitting Image. What was the quest again to achieve?
I'm not sure. I'm looking for it right now.
How does our brain just forget things so fast?
25 minions die. Okay.
Okay. So then...
But it is the Ghastly Mask. And still freezes the triple in the shop. I wonder how greedy Lee's going to be here. Kinda needs to be. He needs points. Like, real bad. It was like, okay, Max and Tomb at the top, everybody else in the middle, kind of within like 3-4 points of each other, and then Lee. All the way down at the bottom.
I think he'll be really greedy with the Discover because he needs to summon or kill as many minions as possible, so he wants to keep those minions separate. Over here with ETC, Quillbore Shop with the Brands Buddy on the board. Discovers another buddy, finds a little KT, Frostwolf, Lieutenant, and then little baby Alec.
I feel like it's got to be a little KT in this instance, or at least that's what I'd pick. Baby Alec, I can't... I don't think with ETC I've taken Baby Alec like a single time. I mean, maybe in the right situation, but it's hard for me to even imagine the right situation. And with little KT plus the extra coin each turn from the pirate, he's gonna have a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Citro's quest is to cook the books. Over here, Waterloo has selected Sinfall Medallion. So once that's done, or he's already finished
It's
it.
already done.
It's already done. I was looking the other way at the quest to figure out what he has to do. Already done. No problem. Again, staying down on tier 2 doing to accomplish this. He gets to discover minions every time he buys 4. He gets to buff minions every time he plays them of the same Tavern tier.
Not too bad. What was Waterloo's points at? Meaning 14.5 points.
Yeah, he's like in
Okay.
the middle of the crowd right now. So he could put the
Yeah.
lobby in check. So he's definitely not out of this. On the
Yeah.
other side, we're facing Tomb, who has the golden hammer.
Okay.
You're good at this.
Yeah. Ooh. Max just took 12.
That's a
that
lot of
previous
damage
turn.
early.
That's a ton.
Who is he
All right.
facing?
You're down a
I don't even know.
ETC maybe?
It's possible. All right. Got clarification on the tribes: dragons, mechs, murlocs, pirates, quillboars.
Yes, no one
So no
dead.
one dead. So you were right in your initial instinct of not a very death rattle, summon minions heavy lobby. It's just the mechs that lean into that. Okay, Jeef with the golden busker. Okay, and hits.
Interesting. He has to spend... Oh, he has quite the quest. He has to spend 60 gold, I believe, to get Tiny Henchman. Not the best, so he's probably... Yeah, he's probably just going to focus on his hero power in this game. Like, I'm
Yeah.
focusing on being a buddy hero. We'll pretend we're not in a quest meta.
Getting scammed. I would never pay 60 gold for tiny henchmen.
Yeah, I mean, ETC has low armor, so he's just not going to have as good of quests.
Yeah.
But maybe he just saw himself keeping in these, like, low buddies for a while.
You are
Mhm.
not out of this yet.
It's a good buff on the Quillboar because the Quillboar receives the Divine Shield back if it survives, so the health is important there. We see on the other side Tomb on Cariel. Remember, that is who we care about a lot because he has the lobby in check and could win it all here.
Oh, it was doing pretty well. Didn't look like a very menacing board, but
No.
it was enough to get the job done with that golden and oil charm, which looks like he tripled into a Leroy on the
Yeah,
previous turn.
not great because he's running, again, Golden Hammer. So his goal is to find something powerful to Golden. A brand would have been nice with this Murloc. He finds an early Bream counter or a base skill.
Ooh, Scourfin and base skill.
Yeah. In the shop is a Witchwing Nestimation. Ooh,
Bream.
gets it back. Question is, does he hold the base skill to just pump the stats? It's basically just a 6-2 right now. Is the 6-2 worth it?
I don't think so. I think he's pretty healthy and he's been winning. The early Leroy is doing a lot.
He also gets to hold it back from Tess. Like, Tess,
Yeah.
no, you can't have
True.
this base skill. This is mine.
Yeah.
Over here,
Yeah.
Waterloo on tier 3 now, so has leveled up. Lots of minions in hand. Curious if he will play them.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of which minions he wants to keep. So, like, which minions he plays first. These are all Tavern Tier 2 minions, so it will buff a lot of the stuff on his board, but he wants to play the ones first, or one of them first that he's going to keep. That way it'll keep getting buffed
Mm-hmm.
by Sinful Medallion, but looks like going to hold.
Yeah, maybe he feels strong enough and he wants to see what kind of pairs or triples he can get next turn
Out there.
before he commits to anything. He doesn't
Yeah.
have direction yet, right? He just has the size on the Selfless.
Yeah.
Which is, obviously the card you want to be the biggest is your Selfless hero.
Yep. That's right.
Yeah.
They can keep giving each other Divine Shield at the very end because they're the only minions left alive.
I mean, if beasts were in, it'd be a different story. Yes, you'd want them big so that your macaws can go off, but
Yeah.
it's not the case here. We see two of us again doing very well.
Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure.
Oh, instant levels.
See? The first or eighth mentality, and this isn't even a first or eighth mentality because he's already strong. He's gonna have Golden Hammer completed, maybe not next turn, but the turn after. Now sets himself up to find some big fives, big sixes.
Ooh. Seville has
Oh.
found a triple. Now he's running Evil Twin. And has one really big minion, so count as two. So I feel like at this point he would be looking for Bran or Caligos. That's what he's deciding between.
Hmm. I feel like Caligos is probably the better thing to shoot for.
The thing is, the Bran now works with Caligos comp.
That's true.
So it might be greedy to wait for Caligos. And you might want to start off with a Bran because he hasn't hero powered yet, so he can golden a Bran. That's way more flexible than goldening a Caligos. And still works
Yeah.
in kind of the same tune once you find the Caligos.
And what do you do with the remainder of your gold this turn if you're freezing?
Right.
Oh,
So-
you're moving up in the world.
Or he's gonna hold it.
It's a small minion. You could definitely hold it.
Nothing scares me.
Yeah.
Except the mice.
Okay.
I've said it once, I'll say it again. I do not know why Honcho is in the game right now.
Some friends.
It seems so weird to me.
Yeah. It's the last remnant of the old Murloc style.
Yeah, it
but-
doesn't work with this style of Murloc. I'm so confused as to what it's doing here. He showed up to a party that he was not invited to.
I mean, technically, you can still play Murloc scaling.
There's not a lot of attack scaling, so it's just weird to scale health when we've gotten rid of poison and have venom.
There's still Swamp Strikers in, so you play Swamp Strikers, and then
So
all your other
particular.
Murlocs, you go for King Bagurgle, and there's your scaling. And instead of like playing base skills and Breams, like to pull them out of your hand, you scale up your Breams and then you play them. I don't know. I'm not saying I would do it ever, but it's possible.
Double does hit the Caligos, goes to triple it. There are battle cries in shop. He has money to grab one. He can get out of the honcho. What does he need the honcho for,
You
really?
really want him to get out
There's
of the
no
honcho.
reason for the honcho. Plus, he has Evil Twin, right? He needs to make space.
Yeah.
All right, over here, he gets Waterloo's discovering a minion because he has used his hero power. Oh, that's another reason why he was holding so many cards, is because he wants to have the money to discover every turn.
Yeah.
Now, he looks like he is probably committed to going mechs. Gonna try and cycle 3 drops to buff up his double deflecto, cycle 2s to buff up his double selfless hero. Taunt to selfless makes sense.
A good tactical.
Not a terrible position. Waterloo's been winning every fight because he's been playing high tempo, been on Tavern Tier 3 for a long time.
This reminds
makes
me
a
of
lot of
just kind of
sense.
like a weird Daryl, dancing Daryl almost, like a
Yeah.
or like an old school Rabid Sorreless comp where you just like stayed on tier 2 to buff up a Rabid Sorreless.
Yeah. Maybe not the ultimate scaling potential if we look forward to like top 3 or whatever, but it's a good amount, especially holding on, keep continuously holding on to these minions. Make sure that, like you said, you can get the hero power activated every single turn to get another tier 3 minion to make those stats go even further.
Yeah, it looks like Jeef is doing well on his ETC, and over here Max, who we said could not get last place, is in a tight matchup versus Vol'jin, but does not die. Remember, Max needs to get at least 7th place to put the lobby in check, and he accomplishes it because Tess is out. Citro on Tess is an early out on turn 10.
Yep. Not good for my fantasy team, but good for everybody else who was close to putting the lobby in check. So, Tomb's still in there.
Yep.
Still
Tomb's
fighting it
in.
out on the carriel. Here we go. All right.
All right, so we see Tomb. Tomb is who we are paying attention to a lot because if he wins, the day is over. He has won the Summer Battlegrounds Lobby Legends Championships. Something like that.
That was exactly what it's called.
Yep. He has a golden
word.
Titus. That's quite good. He could fill his hand with refreshes since he has double base skill. Endless summons.
I like this comp because there's just a lot of options.
So Yanase is getting as strong as possible to go face Reno, who we know has a golden Caligos. Level on Reno. Has it scaled enough this turn? We saw it golden last turn, but this was the turn to play all the battle cries, so this was the turn to really get it going. But he didn't have a lot of dragons yet. He had 3. But one was he has a cycle spot for his evil twin.
With a tunnel blaster. Really hasn't scaled much
Yeah.
yet.
It takes a bit of
for Seville.
time.
Yeah, especially without a brand.
Yeah,
It does
I
take
feel
some
like Bran
time.
has been such a good way to improve Caligos, because Caligos was feeling bad for quite a few metas.
Yeah, and there's no milkage. Like, you have 10 gold a turn, and that's it. There's nothing else that Seville has that can help him kind of cheat the system a little bit. So, might be a little bit slower on the Caligos, but did hit it early, golden it immediately. So, still relatively healthy. Nobody died during that combat, so everybody's still alive. A lot of players floating around that low health mark.
This is interesting because his minions have a ton of attack, but he doesn't have to commit to them since he's full gen. And now we have our Barov's Blessing. Pick who you think is going to win this matchup. Ooh. I mean, last game I saw the power of the secrets, but that was on ETC when he had endless secrets.
So Lee has Lightfang Enforcer, Ghastly Mask, and Drakari Enchanter.
If he loses, isn't it just considered a tie? Because he has his
Nope.
ice block?
Nope.
No?
Nope. I don't think so. If no player takes damage, I don't know how they read it. Maybe Lorinda's trying to get that to be a rule, so that way Lorinda's the people pleaser. She's trying to make everybody happy, trying to give everybody points. I like the statage. I'm going with Lee.
I'm going with Lee as well.
So let's watch these stats take place. Oh, and the bopper too with Ghastly plus Drakari.
Bop
So that's
it.
going to get big. Put a lot of blood gems in hand. Then the Lightfang Enforcer is going to proc.
Yeah, the thing is, while Lee has a lot of stats, he does have 2 minions that are quite small. Whereas Yanase has tons of tempo.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have scale on the board.
Oh, bad poison hit. Good poison hit. Ah, Yanase. Did I bait you?
Oh no! Why are we so bad at this today?
I don't know. Yesterday we both did really well in the Barov's Blessing.
Max stays
In the games we were able
alive.
to have it. Oh, Tomb!
So many. Oh, because he was using the hammer. I was like, why does he have so many Titus?
That one might make all the difference.
He doesn't have enough cards in hand for him. But the Scourfin is just building so much health and attack on the minions when the Titus is golden.
Yeah, but Tomb just took so much damage.
Yeah.
Was that like 20 damage in that last turn? That's got to be a little scary. Only one loss left in Tomb, so goes up against any strong player, and it's going to go down. So is facing off against Seville. We'll see how
Ooh.
much Seville's been able to scale since then, because we haven't seen him in a couple turns. And did have the Golden Caligos.
And he needs to find more cards to just hold in hand to resummon.
Yeah.
But the problem is he doesn't want to buff random cards using... Because of the Scour Fin. He wants the Scour Fin to be directed to the cards that he wants in the long run. This is fine. The base skill will summon the Scour Fin, which will buff up the Scour Fin in hand.
Yeah.
It's just that there's not a ton of stats on the board. Yeah, he's shaking his head now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. It's been just quite
Let's
a
see.
grindy lobby, unfortunately.
Yeah, Yanase is on top right now. With the Kurtrus, with the Sinful Medallion cycling Tavern Tier 3
Was that
minion
Waterloo
strategy.
on? I think that's Waterloo, right?
Oh, is it Waterloo?
I think so.
Oh,
I could
you might be
wrong.
right, yeah. But same strategy. The strategy was correct, just the player was wrong. Oh,
It's
okay.
actually a good thing that the Leroy didn't die here.
Yeah.
He's actually in a pretty good spot. He's gonna get 3 Divine Shields. Not... Okay. Wow.
50-50 for a tie? Okay.
Tomb stays in the game and is now top 5, a little closer to finishing for that first place.
I do feel like Tomb is like really close to having not an unbeatable board, but a very good board. It's not ideal. Still has the small Annoyatron, but
Yep, Jeef is out on ETC, didn't go like last game, and our other player who's out is Yanase on Vol'jin. So we are into our top 5 with Max on Lich King with that 1 health and a dream mentality. Waterloo's on Kurtrus at the top. Tomb on Cariel. Leon Secret Boy. And Seville on Reno. We're still on tier 3. I mean, this is working out.
it is.
You just stay down and just buy a bunch of 3-drops.
It's we've seen similar strategies to this before, maybe not necessarily with Simple Medallion exactly, but I feel like it's working with Kurtrus. And like, there's other players that may have higher potential in this game, but there's already 3 players gone, and he's still at 22 life, so still has a good loss left in him. And it doesn't seem like the other players are moving fast enough. Like,
That
Seville
a
is scaling,
boogie
but not like
monster?
quickly. What?
The Boogeyman? What end of turn effects does he have? None?
None.
So he has Ghastly Mask and he has Drakari.
And has a
0
base skill?
What? So he
With
had to have
nothing in
had one
hand?
and got out of it when he thought he was dying. And interesting. What was
Yeah.
it? I think it was a Charlga.
Okay.
It must have been.
Everyone's gunning for you. Watch out.
Weird. Alright, let's see. Going up against Tomb now. Can he deny the victory for Tomb here?
Tomb has been summoning quite a lot of minions this time, so was able to collect a few more cards. It still doesn't have, like, the double Leroy, the double Mantid, the things that you really want to see.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
no.
Wait,
Okay.
grief. Oh, yeah, it's enough.
Oh, it's only 7 damage. Oh,
Yeah, I was like, wait a second,
wait,
he's
at
on,
5.
he's only on tier 3.
Yeah. Yeah, but that'll
Seville
mean...
goes out as well from Lee. Lee is climbing his way back to the top. He's like, listen, this tournament's not over. I'm still
This is
here.
what he needed. This is exactly what he needed. What is this? he won. Okay, so now actually gets a chance to add some minions to the hand for the base skill, which is funny. Very surprised. Max only needed a half a point.
Right, to put the lobby in check. So now the
Yeah.
lobby is in check from Tomb, from Max. The other people who were close were Yanase, Jeef, Waterloo. And Waterloo needed 5.5. So he just needs to knock it third.
And if anybody's curious, you cannot put the lobby in check and win like in the same turn. So even though
Yeah.
Max has guaranteed reached over the 20 points, he hasn't earned those points until the game is complete. So he would still, even though he will guarantee have the lobby in check after this, it is after this. So he will have to still win the next one. Even if he wins this lobby, he won't be declared the champion. Oh, it pleases me greatly to see Lightfang.
He passed
Wait.
on the Lightfang pair, though. And look, there's another one. I bet he doesn't freeze it.
No. He's going to get out of it soon. Oh, wait.
No,
Or maybe he
froze
wants to...
for the... Yeah.
The
He
blood
wants to
gems.
get out of the bopper.
Yep.
Bongo bop it. All right. Reborn Blaster. Trying to deal with any sort of Divine Shields and Leroy's. It also deals with that Venom that just popped out. I can see a few cards in Max's hand as well, so I can't remember what the base skill was hiding.
It was a Belcher and Undead Murloc.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good, because
Yep.
there's 2 minions on the other side.
Yep. And it
Lee
hit them
will
both.
go out in third, meaning that this lobby is in check by 2 more players. Both Waterloo and Max have officially put the lobby in check, and we have 3 players competing for first place now.
Make the next game pretty exciting.
I love that it costs him 0 to level. He's like, I'll think about it.
You get an extra minion.
You do get an extra minion in the shop, but there are 4 drops in the shop.
Yeah. It's like, okay, I think my build did its job.
Finds a triple, was smart and played the 2-drop first to get the buffs from his quest. Triples into a Noyo troop.
Okay. Just trying to go for max stats this turn. I don't know if he... the
Whee!
Reborn on the Tunnel Blaster has been just wrecking everybody that's been relying on Divine Shields, so... I don't know if this is going to be enough for Waterloo. All he needs is 1 win regardless, since Max is at 1 health.
Yeah, he did put the
be able to
reborn this
take the
time on
victory.
his base skill. It's
Okay.
a golden base skill, so it will summon 4. I like the zap there. It can kind of clear off any replicating menace or something. It's not the best, but it works.
And he may have just bought it at the end, said, okay, I want the Selfless Hero to pop out, so I might as well just get the zap in there too. You have to take out 1 token. On the... kind of wasted on the
Yeah, it
Belcher.
doesn't
Still more Murlocs.
Really do anything.
Yeah. Alright.
Wow. Sinful Medallion, stay on tier 3 forever comp, has won this lobby, and Waterloo has put the lobby in check along with Max.
I gotta eat my words. Because I said that the Sinful Medallion strategy was very good for like the way he was playing it, guaranteeing like a top 3, top 4.
Yeah.
Did not expect it to win. I expected somebody to scale up beyond past it, because it was literally just stats that would have beaten it at that point. That's all it was. At the end,
Right.
like the very last turn, did threw in, little bit of poison. Did just have like the base skill with like a poison in hand, but other than that, it was just pure stats and staying down low to try and cycle through 2 and 3 temperature 2 and 3 minions to buff up. So, um, so you'd think with the Golden Caligos relatively early on in the game that Seville would have been able to outscale. I'm not salty at all because Seville was my bandwagon pick. Ignore that part of it.
I mean, I just feel like a golden brand might have been a little bit more flexible for him, but he was definitely going for a little bit greedier. But you know, it was still a good game. It was a good match. It was very entertaining to watch.
Yeah. I'm hoping that next we get a non-Murloc lobby. That's my one wish. Other mini types don't care. Well, a non-Murloc lobby is what I'm hoping for
Wow.
in the next one. Yeah.
That's my offended Murloc voice.
We'll see. But we have, I believe, now 3 players that have the lobby in check. So could be moving on towards our last lobby of the day. But before we get into that game number 6, potentially the last one, we're going to have to go to a break, potentially our last break. But don't go anywhere. More here from Lobby Legends right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the Lobby Legends Summer Championship. We're approaching game number 6.
I'm pumped. I'm ready to go.
So you're pumped.
I'm excited for 3 players to have the lobby in check. I've never seen this before. Well, not while I've seen it while watching other Lobby Legends, but not while casting. So
yeah,
I have the energy.
I've seen max 4 I think, like max 4 people at one time. Lobby and check. So, but yeah, we could be seeing the end of the road here in terms of this weekend's Battlegrounds competition. If one of those 3 players goes on to win, or we could be seeing more players put the lobby in check and move ever closer to that elusive double digits lobbies for a final day of a Lobby Legends. So last round, we saw some very interesting builds in the top 3. I don't even know how Max got to where he did with a golden Boogie Monster plus normal Boogie Monster plus massive Drakari Enchanter with no end of effect, no end of turn effects. There was one.
He boogied
one
his
turn
heart out.
he had
Okay.
like a 50-40 base skill with nothing in his hand, golden base skill, but ended up getting top 2. So whatever he did, it worked.
He boogied his heart out. That's all he needed to do. So now what we see here is 3 players have the lobby in check. They have 20 points. So the points they earn don't matter anymore. It doesn't matter if they get second, third, fourth. It matters that they win. Because once they win a first place, they win the lobby. Now, I guess if they get more points, they could get second or third. So higher placement for the prize pool. So yeah, I guess it kind of matters. But what really matters is first place.
Yes.
For these 3 players.
Yep. And I mean, Tomb had a fantastic start to the day. As you can see there, won the first 2 lobbies completely. Has had middling results since then, but I feel like has been playing on the safer side, maybe with the exception of the last game, like identified that like Murloc's base skill, the Murloc scam style was going to be his best path to victory. But the 2 before that, it did seem like he was playing on the safer side. So for Tomb, I want to see if he's offered sort of that high risk reward hero if he goes for it.
Yeah, we saw someone go the safe route and win this time. I mean, Lich King's kind of safe, and Kurtrus, like,
That's
staying
true.
on tier 2 forever and 3. That was super safe, but it worked out. So greed isn't always the way to get first place.
It should be, though.
For the
It should
sake
be.
of the viewers, we
Yeah.
want greed.
Yeah. We
Greed is
want
good.
somebody to just hyper level, take a really early 6 on a triple.
We just
Get a
saw that.
massive
It didn't
scaling option.
work.
True. You talking about Seville in the previous game?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I want to point out, too, that 3 of our players could put the lobby in check for next round. Yanase, Jeef, and Seville have enough points. Citro and Lee do not. Citro is half a point away. So Citro needs a first and then another half point.
Yeah. So he's a little bit out of range. But we still could see Citro take the whole thing.
Right, because let's say, for example, Citro and Lee get first place here, right?
Mhm.
That's 7 to 6 points to them. The other players might not even put the lobby in check. And then those 2 get first and second again. Now they've put the lobby in check. I mean, we might have a full day ahead of us still. We got plenty of games, possibly.
With 3 players putting the lobby in check this early, I think our theoretical maximum today would be down to 12.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Yeah.
I
Because
have to-
Seville and Lee would have to trade back and forth. I don't know. Maybe 12. But it would take like a miracle in order for that to happen. It would also take a miracle for me to still be coherent if we go anywhere beyond like 9 or 10.
I mean, what's harder? Casting endless games of specialist warrior meta from a few years ago, or this Battlegrounds?
I would say this, because at least in Battlegrounds, there's things happening each turn, right? No matter what, people are buying and selling minions and doing
attacking.
their best to win. And yet they have to attack because it's an auto battler. They don't have a choice.
Yes, they are forced to attack. This is
Yeah.
interesting, by the way. AFK, lots of armor. Demons are in, beasts are in. Murlocs are back. Sorry to break this to you. But Azumat does great with Beast as well, with that Banana Slammer mentality. It's not always a first place mentality, especially with Murlocs in. Phelan has been nerfed because it used to be that Phelan could pull tier 6 minions out with the base skill on tier 4, but that has been changed. Then there's
They're
just
locked.
Silas, but 2 ends up going with AFK, a very late pick, and we can see Waterloo is on ETC.
What's your strategy?
That is spicy.
Yeah.
It's not
I'm pretty sure every time ETC's even been offered, it's been picked. Said it last, just super popular choice, high skill expression. Malagos is interesting. I'm not a huge fan of Malagos, but it is a reasonably high armor hero. And it can make for a smoother like early game with the Malagos. There are some fun things you can do with it if there's tokens, like with the Naga lobby. So not a terrible pick.
Don't tell the others.
All right, so we're hopping around so we can see who everyone's playing. Seville is on. And I've just blanked on this hero's name. Starts with a T.
Terran. Is it Terran
it Ter-
Gorfine? Is that what it is?
Yeah, Terran Gorfine. There. I was like, I know there's a T there. Terran Gorfine.
Yeah. One of my favorite constructed cards, by the way.
Oh,
Step up our game.
I can't
I
believe
know,
you would say that and not.
Everybody here's in the chat is
Cube.
probably like, constructed little.
No, we've
I'm a
all
constructed
been
player
there.
at heart.
Standard is fun. All right, so Max is on
Said that
Malagos.
with such enthusiasm.
I
Standard is fun.
played Standard for years. You know that.
I know that, yeah.
I was a Malagos, or not Malagos. I mean, I did love Malagos, but
Everybody loved
Murlocs.
Malagos.
The others.
Murlocs, oh, so spicy. Murloc Shaman. Back to the game. We have Max on Malagos, Citro on Reno, Waterloo on ETC, Tomb is on AFK, and I'm about to figure. Oh, not quite yet. He's just. Oh, yeah. It is now. Let's see what he gets. He gets no tokens, which is a little sad.
He's waiting for the picks. All right, what do I want? Oh, I love an early radio star.
Yes.
But early Scourfin could also be good.
That's a hard pick.
Yeah.
Ooh, Legion Overseer or Handless Forsaken.
Whoa. This is 100% the Fellhound.
I love how I just never call out things that are 100% wrong. I'm just like,
Yeah.
let's not talk about it. Let's just talk about what's in front of me.
Yeah. Okay,
It's
he's gonna
really
go for
too
the
bad
level
that
up.
he didn't have a token there, but now he has a token in the shop and he does freeze for it real quick.
Could pick the Scout and be greedy. Oh, gets a tie. Nice. That's really good.
That's very important for him, yeah. And gets to discover his quest. He has a map of the unknown, the Yogg-tastic Tasties, which we saw did well yesterday, or Scepter Guidance. Bob's Tavern always offers 2 demons. That's interesting, because if you can buff those minions up a lot, then it's opportunity to eat them. But he goes with the Yogg, which we saw did great for yesterday when Jeef needed a win. Will it do great again today? Waterloo on ETC discovering a buddy. RD has a Reno buddy, so far right minion could become golden. These aren't really what he wants to see, though.
No. Scout doesn't scale fast enough. For pure power, I guess the Eclipsing Ildari is probably the best.
Yeah, it's a lot of tempo there.
Enjoy
Yeah.
the final moments.
Yeah, so he has Doppelganger's Locket. I think I saw it was when minions die, or was it Death Rattle? I think it was when minions die.
Yeah.
So, be updating you guys shortly with all the quests that people took. There, people are still selecting them.
Volatile Venom? Was that what was chosen for Max? Is that a winning strategy? Oh. Oh.
It could be. Doesn't freeze
I
the
mean-
shop for the eat.
With undeads being in, Vault of Venom could be very good. Especially
Yep.
with the early Eternal Night starts, because they're already going to be scaled if he does end up going like the Eternal Night route. Which is
Giannis
nice.
is on Kurtrus and has Map of the Unknown on the other side of the board.
Your minions really pulled their weight.
Looking for that triple. Finds another pair, so 2 pair options in the shop. He could freeze it. A lot of times I don't like to freeze when leveling, but when it's double pair and you're playing Malagos, which can force triples, it's not necessarily a bad freeze.
Yeah, but are they high value triples or high value pairs is the thing?
Yeah, that's true. It doesn't really
Girl.
go along with the quest. The quest is Volatile Venom, so you want to get your beasts online. There's a lot of beasts on tier 3, so yeah, I could see that. Over here we have Giannis on Kurtrus, looking to...
The double flutist proc on the trickster. Oh my gosh.
He's doing his best. That's a
I
lot of
know.
health for very little attack.
Yeah. Well, this early on in the game, that amount of health is hard to get through.
Tell the others.
I mean, I'd just be worried that the trickster would die last.
On the other side, we have Citro on Reno. And Citro's playing Scepter of Guidance. I'm not sure what it's guiding him to, but it is guiding him somewhere.
Yeah. To some minion type somewhere. Yeah. It's a big flutist.
There's not a ton of exciting quests in this lobby. The most exciting, I would say, is Tomb on Yogtastic. We have Volatile Venom, Double Scepter of Guidance, a Doppelganger's Locket, Yogg, Hidden Treasure Vault, Red Hand, and Map of the Unknown. So, nothing too spicy.
Yeah.
No
the
wondrous wisdom balls.
No. The Vault of Venom can get pretty cool
Yeah.
later on. And Max is in that check position, so he's looking for a win. And it's not necessarily a quest that you equate with being the first place quest, but we've seen Vault of Venom do pretty well in yesterday's games. So, and it is
We
the
saw-
lobby for it with both beasts and undeads being in, so it should be pretty easy to find that heavy token style
Wasn't it
game
what
plan
we saw
later on.
yesterday? Like we saw the Yogg face off versus Volatile, and the Yogg won in the long run. Is that the exact matchup?
It is, and it's possible we see the same thing.
All right, Tomb. It's your game, I guess. He already has Yogg online.
Let's see if you
He's
can
got a Macaw that's going to scale quite a bit this turn.
Ooh, it's a buddy.
Yeah, everybody likes buddies. Oh, that was quite the snipe for Tomb. Because that buddy could have played 6 1-drops, which would have been quite the hassle to deal with.
Yeah.
All of the buffs went on Macaw. Wow. What aim.
Pretty impressive.
welcome back. How's it going out there?
All right, let's see what Yogg does. Tomb is praying to the gods of Yogg, and he eats the shop. Gets him a free refresh. That's fine. Nothing in the shop he really wanted. This one does have a Tad, which is nice because you could go for a triple or a base skill. Oh, finds a 1-3. Not what you want to see here.
Let's give him an opportunity to buy something else.
Yeah, he just doesn't have the opportunity to refresh if he wants to leave a card in hand.
If he really wants, could put like the Radio Star first.
Yeah, I feel like he needs to taunt the Radio Star or put it first. Otherwise, Macaw. I mean, it was only 25% that the Macaw would mess up.
Yeah.
His Macaw would never mess up for him. We see Jeef over here playing Red Hand and has found a Banana Slammer along with a Reborn Cobra.
Yeah. So this is actually a good position to kind of get out of Nagas if he wants.
Always looking for an opportunity to get out of Naga.
Yeah, unless you hit the nuts. Yeah, no, Nagas just don't have the scaling potential. But
Ooh,
can
look
isolate
at
the
this
Banana Slammer for
board.
Reborn.
Max has a great board to enter into Volatile Venom, so he's well on his way to developing that comp.
Don't tell the others.
Where's Citro with the Golden Radio Star? That's always fun. A Golden Radio Star. Oh, we see on the other side here the Bluegill Zesty Shaker comp. And I hear that. Oh, Citro hero powered his Radio Star. That was where the Reno hero powered. He just got a double base skill. Or sorry, Blue Crooner.
I don't think that's particularly good.
Well, I just missed what his guidance was. What was the Scepter of Guidance? Was it for Naga? Because that would be interesting.
Well, we may see it this turn.
Yeah. And Lorinda will definitely stay here. Prizes!
Nope. He told him yesterday that we needed to see the prizes. So
I did tell him that. He's like,
All
I
right.
can't. You're impossible.
Good job, Neil. We went back for the prize, and now we're here for the guidance. I still didn't see it, but we're gonna see it now.
It is Naga.
Oh, it is Naga. Okay.
Wow. Okay. Things just got interesting.
It's good to get some minions in play.
Well, he's looking for Zesty Shaker at this point, or another Bluegill, so he could. Oh, double! You don't really need to have more of those. That's fine until you get your Zesties, but you really want to find a duo at this point so you can start getting as many Zesties online as possible. He's getting this done quite early and above 15 health. This could be the game that we see it come to life
Yeah.
without a golden hammer.
So we're just gonna play out some power this turn. And yeah, I like the unfreeze there. Really just needs to find the Zesty, and we'll take every opportunity, make sure that happens.
Yeah, you need to
Every
get the
extra
rolls.
reroll. Yeah.
Because the rolls give that opportunity extra with the guidance.
Yeah.
I hear two may have hit something. A duo? Is everyone hitting the nuts?
That's what you want to see. You want to see high power.
Good battle, friend.
All right.
Oh yeah, slamming bananas.
This game's interesting. We're seeing Naga and Beast. We haven't seen much of that today, and now we're kind of seeing it a little bit of everywhere.
Yeah. Oh. Double the stats. It's still a 0-2. Okay, that's a good hit because he's gonna get another one. Oh no.
I mean,
Still gonna get
this
another one. It's still
works
good.
out. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's just gonna do the power of the dinosaur.
Yeah, nice little win there. Good transition into the following
All right.
turns.
And look at Lee also playing Naga with the golden crooner, the zesty, the
Oh,
brand.
Bran? With 3 primal for this shop? What the?
which has nothing to do with Zesty Naga, but you know, I guess he has so much money, you might as well switch comps. If anyone can do it quickly, it's Lee. His APM is great. I
Yeah.
believe in the Lee. He has
Still
to
a
play the
full minute.
cold light, or no, he's gonna play this. Okay. Another Tad.
The honcho.
So the Tad could give him the Elemental Murloc. Triple Bream. Gonna hold it.
I can't wait to see this shake.
All right.
You're down a minion and up a goal.
There's the Elemental, which will get quite buff this turn if he decides to keep it. There is a Drakari in the shop as well. He doesn't have a base skill.
No.
He did a lot of searching for it and did not find it. And keep in mind, he has under 15 health, so he needs to be as strong as possible this turn.
You're down a minion and up a goal.
Okay.
Don't tell the
Oh, I
Get
thought
that
he
at the
didn't get
brand.
that down, and I panicked. I was like, play the Elemental. Okay.
Ah, the map of the unknown. That trickster is still hanging around and doing some work. So the Kurtrus is Yanase.
Yeah, and the
Yanase just
Curtis is
looking for a
strong.
check position here. Yeah, very strong. This is the second game in a row where a Kurtrus has been very strong.
Oh, it's exact lethal, isn't it? Or one off? Exact.
Oh, no, it's exact!
Oh,
Lee, no!
I was hoping my math was bad. Prizes!
Okay.
All right, some tier 8 prizes. That's good.
Yep.
Or turn 8 prizes, my bad. So can discover a minion of the Tavern tier, a tier 5, and steal from the last opponent. I'm not sure who he faced, so it might not be anything good. There is a Fell Stomper, which is great with the base skills. Not great, but fine.
Don't like really any of these.
He just slapped his forehead like, what am I going to do with this stuff? What are these options?
See like 3 triples this turn from around the rest of the lobby too.
So the current players that we do care a lot about because they could end this competition right now is Max, Tomb, and Waterloo. We're watching Tomb right now. Over to Waterloo. Waterloo is playing a comp.
Yeah,
Golden.
Mm-hmm.
Golden Gas Coiler comp.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. And over here, Max has his Volatile Venom online. So, again, he's also trying to win the lobby right now and win the $10,000 grand prize. Sebel, on the other hand, wants to put the lobby in check. He just needs 5 points.
Mm-hmm.
So he needs to keep everyone out. He's facing AFK, who is Tomb. He's hoping to deal some damage.
Yep. Okay.
Beast versus Murlocs.
Usually fares pretty well for the beast because Murlocs usually you're summoning the additional like venomous from hand. So I like Sevel's chances in this one specifically.
Well, interesting
'Cause
to
the
have the Macaw first because it's like 50-50 of it working.
Let's see. Oh, does get the
I guess
Scourfin.
it just, since it has the buddy, it never takes damage. Okay.
This is the banana slam and the mama bear. So big. Okay, banana slam of 1 goes down, but I don't think it's going to be enough for Tomb here.
No, there's just
Not
too
nearly.
much summoning on the other
Oh my
side.
gosh.
Will he stay alive? He definitely will.
Yeah, that's a big hit. Just kind of a counter comp there, I suppose. And there's actually a lot of those for Tomb. throughout this lobby because we have Max playing with the Volatile Venom, which is going to be really hard for Tomb. And then you saw Seville with the Beasts.
Oh, wait, this is for the shop. I thought his stats were about to switch. But I want to point out that Citro just went out on Reno. And that's a big deal because Citro and Lee have both gone out. And they're both our bottom 2 players right now. So everyone who's in are the players who have the high points. We're going to check out our Baroff's Blessing Max versus Waterloo.
Baroff's Blessing number 6 on the day. Oh, man. Norenda's doing this on purpose. I have no idea how to value Volatile Venom when it comes to these Baroff's Blessings.
I'm going to value it. I'm going with Max here. But, oh, man. Waterloo is trying to kind of transition. He has a lot going on. Oh, and he has double Murloc in hand. But his minions in hand don't have stats. But he's got a lot of them. Sylvanas Buddy. That's quite the buddy. And he also, there's a Leroy, not great to Beast.
I'm going with Max too, just because there's not enough time to see what
I
was going to do. Only 6 seconds.
Do we know what turn this is? Because I noticed that Waterloo held his Ticketus, and I'm wondering if it's because of time constraints or if there's like... Yeah, it's turn 11. So next turn he'll want to use it. So he needs to get to next turn, but that's the greed that he needed to do in order to complete that first place.
The Volatile Venom and Banana Slamma synergy is pretty intense, but
yeah,
at a certain point the stats don't really matter because they die first hit regardless, but the more damage you're dealing with each hit, the more likely you are to beat these boards that just have stats on them.
I'm interested to see what Waterloo does this turn with the Ticketus prize, because I think that could be really spicy.
You know what to do, Neil.
Stay here.
Or not. Oh, wait, no, it's still here.
Don't leave us.
Oh.
Warden. At the start of your turn, add your next opponent's buddy.
Who is that?
It's kind of late for that.
I can't even tell what hero that is.
That was Scabs' hero, buddy.
Okay. No.
So,
Whose next opponent is.
Oh, that's Yogg. That's the ghost of Jeef's past.
Oh, okay.
All right, so here are his options. Argent Braggart. So this one here is to select 3 prizes from the past, I believe, which is a good opportunity to find Ice Block.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to clear out his hand a bit to create space.
This is
hard here. Like, okay, you can taunt the Bran. Yeah. Oh, he picked. Oh, sorry, that was a golden. Pick it back up. Golden something. Pick it up. I thought of that wrong. My bad. He now has a golden Bran.
But still, it doesn't look like he really knows what to do with the rest of these minions.
Yeah, because he has the like workings of a scam comp with the piloted in hand. Like he could use that on either a base skill or on the Murloc that gives poison. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity, and luckily he's facing a ghost, so he has time. Yeah. Over here, we see Max with those beasts.
Oh, is this Max versus Tomb? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, this is a big deal.
Yeah, and this is the pure counter to Tomb, I think. This is just... Unless he's hiding something in this base skill with the Titus, that's...
Ooh, base skill and the base skill. Endless base skills.
If he's got a lot of stuff in these base skills, but this is so much stats from Max, I don't think that Tomb's going to survive this. I think his hope has to be that it's just minimal amounts of damage, and that Max has to waste enough attacks on these, but it's just so much.
And he gets another Rat Pack, but I guess it only summons 1. But it's huge.
Yep.
Is it going to be enough damage to kill Tomb?
It looks like it, because the Banana Slammer's stealth, and that's 4. And I think he's on, is he on Tavern Tier 4 or 5? And then just 2 tokens survive. So yeah, it should be enough. It only needs to be Tavern Tier 3 in order for this to be enough. So Tomb's going to go down. And so that's one player that had the lobby in check that's down. But Max is still going strong.
Same with Waterloo. We're watching him again, finds another ticket collector. This is going to be a crazy APM turn for him. There's that prize I was talking about of discovering one from each tier. This can help him get an ice block or divine shield. Some interesting things you can get.
Or bananas.
Bananas. Takes discover of your tavern tier, and then he'll probably pick something up. Or no, he goes bananas. Okay. I just thought his hand was too full for bananas.
It is.
Sometimes you just need to, when you're APMing, you just need to pick and go. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
All right, double Primal Fin in the shop.
He's got to go. There's only 35 seconds left, and there's a lot left to do on this turn.
Yeah.
Only gets 1 banana, but it's just trying to empty stuff out of hand, I think.
Yeah. Was he could use this on, I think he needs to use the whirl thing on base skill just to keep summoning stuff out of hand. His hand's so full, there's plenty to summon. But I guess the Gas Quiller summons 4 as well, and those have more opportunity to scam.
Yeah.
Or he could use it on the Leroy, but that's bad versus a beast lobby, which is what he's in.
Yeah, he's going up against Yanase on the Kurtrus with the map. And Yanase was just pure stats the last time we saw him, and looks like nothing's changed.
Yeah.
Got the Golden Trickster now. Oh! So it goes on the Macaw. So it's going to keep that alive. And these are good hits. Everything's kind of barely surviving, but there's 2 Eternal Summoners!
And he had the poison while having 2 Murlocs on board. This is a lot to deal with. Hey, look, another card to hand. Just what he wanted. Is his Doppelganger's Locket even going to work? That might be a bad thing because he had the opportunity to steal quite a big minion. He always wins here because of the poison and the stealth unit.
Well, tie.
No.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's a base skill, so it doesn't Murloc. Oh!
18 damage. Not enough, but quite a lot.
Yeah. Let's see if anybody else died on the other side. And did Max goes down? I think that was Max that went down.
Well, we're watching him now, so let's watch his face. I mean...
He gets Volatile Venom versus Beast, so it takes a little bit of time.
That's the thing is, like, if you're Volatile Venom and you're facing a Beast comp where when they attack, they don't die.
Yeah.
And their minions are just as big, if not bigger.
Yeah.
That's going to be the end. So there's only 1 player left in this lobby who could win it all, and that is Waterloo.
Yep. And it's down to top 3, and I don't feel like Yanase really has enough right now to get it done. We'll see. It is a lot of stats. It was very close the last time. But Waterloo is powerful. It's going to take a lot to be able to take him down. Seville does have the beast, and that might do a little bit better against all the summoning that Waterloo has available to him.
Waterloo triples. This Coral is just so sad because he doesn't have a Murloc in hand that's scaled to 1 billion. All right, 13 gold to go. Can he do it? Now with the Reborn Golden Spell Stomper, knowing you're facing a ton of beasts, I just feel like you could get these mechs down as, yeah, really start summoning.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Okay, so it's a lot of summons that has the potential. All right, let's see. I think this is the biggest competition for Waterloo right here. So if he can take out Seville with these beasts right here, then could be in a good spot. And this is what I always worry about with beasts is just the support minions that are on the far right there, the Mama Bear, the Banana Slammers, they don't have any protection. Now they do.
A little bit, yeah, in the taunts.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, there's just so many minions that are going to be summoned on both sides. The gas coiler didn't die, so there's still a chance to make room for the reborn on the gas coiler.
Yeah,
after
I
it
was
ends up
surprised
falling.
he had it so far up, but the fact that it didn't die. I mean, when you're facing beasts, though, you know that the early minions are smaller, so it's probably smart. Great summons for gas coiler when you have a fell stomper on the board, but unfortunately it did die. All right. Banana Slammer is going to die a bit too early.
Yeah, I think Waterloo might have this, and he's going to be, if that's the case, he's going to be going up against, and it will be the case, going to be going up against Waterloo next, or Yanase next on the Kurtrus, and he beat him pretty handily last time. So, wait.
Oh my
He did it!
goodness! What tier? So he's on tier 4 still. Yeah.
Wow.
Still in the game.
Still in, but that doesn't bode well. But I think Shovel's pretty close to like capped, whereas Waterloo still has room to, especially with the Doppelganger Locket. I don't know if there's really anything else he can get, but
Waterloo
that's scary. But it
definitely
does have the
has.
ghost now.
And Waterloo can find a Sindori to start getting rid of the reborns on the beasts. So there's a lot of tech opportunity there. Okay, nothing quite important there. The Lucifron doesn't really do anything.
Okay.
You love just to see these giant mistakes on the board. Like, I love watching a pro and be like, wow, that's a massive mistake you've made there. A golden mistake.
I know. That's... What life decisions have you had to make in order to end up where you've bought 4 mistakes so far in a game? That's tough. We'll see. It's going to be going up against Seville with the Beasts. Has created some space here, went a main down just so he'd have room for the resummon immediately. And I don't know if Yanase just has enough raw stats. And it may depend on the Trickster. It looks like he stealthed the Trickster just to make sure that the Macaw can get those. Well, with the Golden Trickster and the Macaw now surviving, with the Beast Comp, you're not dealing like an insane amount in one hit, so the Macaw may be able to... Oh, no, okay. There's way too much. There's only one death rattle, so there's no chance to be able to attack again.
I wonder if they had it hidden farther in the back.
Yeah, it would have had to been stealth like all the way in the back. Maybe
Like,
a second
still
Macaw
has
would have been...
plenty.
Yeah.
Still well okay. Able to make it into those top 2 versus Waterloo. And hopefully Waterloo doesn't die to the ghost. Because Yanase... It was Yanase who's done it twice, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
That's why he was cheering. Not because he killed him, and not because he's in top 2, but because he made it past top 3 without losing to a ghost. So,
exciting
all right.
times.
And it's going to come down to this. Is Yanase going to be the player that can deny Waterloo from winning? Waterloo has the lobby in check. If he's able to win this next combat and deal enough damage, which is very likely since... actually, it's guaranteed if he wins because Yanase is at 2 health, I believe. 2 or 3.
So can a golden mistake beat out a golden brand, a golden gas coiler, a golden base skill, a golden fell stomper, and a golden coral?
No, probably not. I think we might be seeing the end of the road right now.
I was hoping that you'd tell me yeah.
Nope.
Well, I had hope. I was an optimist.
we'll see what, if any, if Yanase even has the ability to tech for this type of board. That gas coiler scares me. And this is going to be, what, Leroy as well? Going to be coming out from one of these base guilds. I think Waterloo might have it here. I think this might be the end of the road. I don't think Yanase even got much stronger in the interim. It was just basically the map that helped out here. This is going to be,
Did he get an
especially
extra
with the Fell
mistake?
Stomper.
Was that a spare mistake that we didn't
It
see
was a
last
spare
time?
mistake. It was a spare mistake thrown in there right at the end. A 4-4 mistake.
Mistake meta.
Yeah. And
Oh,
that's
yeah.
guaranteed.
That is it. This is a for sure win for Waterloo. Takes yet another win in a Lobby Legends Championship.
Yeah, it's been quite some time, I believe, since Waterloo won his last Lobby Legends. It was all the way back at the beginning. It was in like the first round of Lobby Legends when we had it in like number 2 or number 3. So it's been a long time coming, I feel, for Waterloo to get the second one under his belt, but very impressive. That last game, I had no idea what Waterloo's direction was going to be like 5 turns in the past. Had like a handful of 8 things, ended up getting the Dark Moon prizes and picking bananas on both of them, but wasting most of the value because didn't have the hand space because was holding on to so much because of all the base skill summons they had on the board. I don't know if I've ever seen a player win with that like board state before, with that like mixture of minions at the end of the game. Golden gas coiler that was reborn with divine shield, the golden fell stopper that was reborn. It was just nuts. It hit just about everything in that regard. So a big congratulations to Waterloo for that performance.
I think once he got the prize where he could pick up a minion and golden it and had the brand, he just knew he had just endless APM. A lot of the issue was just that there wasn't a ton of value in his board for APM, but he made it work and just showed why he's a pro and why he's so good at what he does.
Yeah, that was very impressive. My brain hurt just watching it. And he had a plan in his mind, but I had no idea where he was going to go with it at the end. And it always felt like, even when it looked like he was like on the ropes and going to lose combat, something else was randomly summoned from his hand or his gas coiler that kept him in. So impressive.
I feel like sorry, I was gonna say I feel like base skill is like not the MVP of this weekend, but like the assists. Like he gave the assist to all these players, and all these players were really depending on base skill.
Yeah, I think the Tidewalker, the undead poison Murloc was probably the MVP. We saw so much of it, like base skill giving the assist to it to be summoned from hand. And the alley-oop. That's right. The base skill rips off the divine shield, summons the venomous Murloc, and it gets in there for the slam dunk, the sports ball reference.
Sports ball. We know sports ball. We just did it.
Yeah.
Did I hurt your brain? I'm so sorry.
Yeah. I actually used to watch sports all the time until I discovered esports. And then
children's card games, yes.
Until I discovered children's
card games.
Yeah. As do I. So much more exciting than slam dunks and home runs and goals. Touchdowns. Fouls. There we go. That's all I know. But yeah. We did see a lot more Murlocs today than I was hoping for, but honestly it was pretty exciting. I think the new age of Murlocs is much more exciting because there's a lot more options than when we had Murloc metas in the past, where it was literally just Divine Shield Murlocs back and forth, ties all day long, that kind of thing. There's more that you have to do in order to get there, more steps that you have to take, not just singular minions that you're looking for in the shop. And I think that Waterloo really showcased that style of play at the end, where still had sort of these Murloc-esque builds with like the Belchers in hands throughout the game with the base skills, but the supporting crew alongside it just ended up being huge.
Yep. Oh, and that last round where he almost died to the beast, but the beast just didn't have enough damage to put him into death range. And now we see that Waterloo has taken first place. Although it looks like he has less points than Max, he does, but he did get the first place with the lobby in check. Max takes the second and Tomb third.
Yeah. I think that Max and Tomb can be very proud of themselves after today's games. Both had incredible games. It felt like they were in top 4 contention every single time we saw them, and both taking away some wins across the day. It's never a good feeling when you have more points than the person who ended up winning, but it's just the nature of the check format, right? It's whoever shows up when it's all on the line, and it's not the first time this happened where the second place has had more points, and it's certainly not the last time. So Waterloo ending the day with 2 back-to-back wins in those lobbies. So very nice. And now after this day, oh jeez.
Woo! Let's go.
You completed the sweep.
I'm back, baby.
The puzzle box sweep.
So much green on my side. What's going on over there, TJ?
Well, my least favorite color is red, so I'm very sad. I was feeling very positive, so I went with all the yeses. We didn't even see a completed kidnap sack. We didn't even see a chosen kidnap sack at all this game.
Why I selected no.
Yeah.
Oh! I won.
You got me.
Is this just for today or overall?
This is
today.
This is just for today, I think.
This is gonna be close.
No, I think you got me.
Oh.
Yeah, by 14.
Now you need to write me a song, because I wrote you a song last night.
In 3 seconds.
No, that took me all night.
All right, well, I'll make a wager, not a wager, but I'll own up on this wager eventually.
Eventually.
Eventually. Or maybe not, because this may not happen again. If we cast an event together in the future, whether it be a Lobby Legends or otherwise, I will write a rap and perform it on whatever broadcast that is.
I'm contacting my Blizzard contacts now. Make sure I'm invited to the next competition. All right, I'm in. Sounds good.
Okay.
Fair.
And I will 100% do it if we cast a match again. I will 100% own up on this because even though you lost yesterday, that's a combined score that we saw for days 1 and 2 that you beat me on. So, and it was what, 14-point difference. So your puzzle box answers today, I shouldn't have checked out so much on the puzzle box answers, are what made the difference. I touted on day 1 that puzzle box answers are such like low value points because it's only 10 points per question, where you can earn more for like fantasy team and bandwagon. But that was the difference maker, was the puzzle box questions.
Ooh, feeling good.
And also getting word that that's the first puzzle box sweep ever. The first time that a Lobby Legends caster since the Tavern Buddy has been on these Lobby Legends broadcasts, the first time that someone's got all 6 puzzle box questions correct.
Yeah, the rap just made me more confident, or more sad that I lost. More competitive.
You wrote the rap, and then you were so sad that you just sat down and were like, all right, I'm really gonna make sure that my fantasy team and my puzzle box answers are up to snuff going into today. But I believe we come to the end of the show. So we had great Battlegrounds action today. We had great musical stylings of Rap God Slissa today. We had the weirdest boards that I've ever seen in my entire life win Battlegrounds lobbies today. But it all has to come to an end. So I will give you this opportunity for any closing thoughts, any shout outs if anybody helped you write your rap, any new album drops to look out for coming up in the future here.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a fun competition to watch. It really shows how much these players know this meta. I know I learned a lot, and it was very much an enjoyable experience. Congratulations to all the competitors. You guys did amazing. Shout out to myself, because no one helped me write that rap. I guess my husband had to listen to me recite it many times. So shout out to his ears for having to deal with that. And yeah, thank you so much, Blizzard, for having me here. I very much enjoy casting alongside of you, TJ. It's been great. So thank you so much for being a great co-caster and helping me out a little bit.
Yeah, well, I didn't help you write the rap, and that was the most impressive part of the day. There it is. One more time, we get to take a look at Slissa, the rap god. Do you want to take us out with another rap, or shall I just close the show myself?
The stream has been great. Competition was fun, but I'm real tired, so I'm gonna run.
That was off the cuff. Off the cuff. Slissa, the rap god, everybody. Big round of applause. Fantastic job this weekend. But that is going to do it from us. So from myself, from Slissa, from the entire broadcast crew here, thanks for watching. Big congratulations once again to Waterloo, and we'll see you next time for more Lobby Legends.